Everyone, and welcome to the school board meeting for Tuesday, August 17th. If you would, please join me in silencing your cell phones before we get started here. I'd like to go ahead and call the meeting to order. We begin each meeting with an invocation, which will be led this evening by Pastor Marshall Mabry from Cornerstone Family Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by the St. Cloud High School ROTC students under the direction of Colonel Donnelly, followed by National Anthem will be sung for the first time in a while. Kimbra Corey, choral student at St. Cloud High School, mission statement by Lair Allen, and our translation service by Dr. Jeanette Long. If you would, please rise with me for the invocation.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today as humble servants, asking for your guidance and wisdom as we begin the school board meeting. Help this school board engage in meaningful and encouraging discussions. Grow us closer as a group and develop our bond of unity and peace and love. Help us speak words that bless our schools and their communities. May our schools be places filled with the joy of learning, where truth is discovered and proclaimed. Equip us by your grace. Empower us by your Spirit. Embrace us in your unfailing love. Through Christ Jesus our Lord, I pray. Amen.
Amen. Guard, right face, present arms,
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the rampart we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets like glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
right face, forward, march, dip the colors.
and you may be seated. Thank y'all very much, and thank you, Kevin. It's been a while since we've been able to have students in the room with us. Kind of nice to be back to school and have students back around. Mr. Allen?
Osceola County, inspiring all learners to reach their highest potential as responsible, productive citizens. That's what we do.
Thank you very much. Dr. Long?
Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Jeanette Long from the Multicultural Department, and I'm here to provide translation services to those who may need it. Buenas noches, soy la doctora Long del Departamento Multicultural y estoy aquí para proveer servicios de traducción si así lo necesitan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Long. Have board comments at this point, and I'll start to my left. Mr. Melendez, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to welcome all the teachers, staff, everyone back together again. You know, without your efforts, we wouldn't be able to open up as we should. I do want to ask all parents to have a little bit of patience as we open up the school year. I know traffic is not the same that it was before school started, so please allow yourself a couple more minutes of drive time, especially if you know you live near a school or pass through a school. So our bus drivers are short, but we're trying to do the best that we can. And so, it always, this time of year is always like that, then it kind of eases up a little bit. But I just want to ask parents to please be a little bit more patient, allow us to work with you and do the best that we can to make sure that we transition as smooth as possible. And again, I see all the staff here, the principals. Thanks again for coming out here and showing that support. We're here to support you as much as we can. Thank you.
Ms. Castillo?
Thank you. So lots of reports, positive news-wise. First of all, I'm so happy to see everyone here. So bravo to the administrators, the teachers for a well-done first couple of days of school. I know that we're not there, but I happen to have been a guest at Sunrise during the first day of school, and I just want to say that I'm so grateful to have been invited to help with the little ones and kind of experience the roller coaster. You don't know what it is to manage the first day of school. I'm telling you, it is a roller coaster. So bravo, well done. Specifically to Principal Honeycutt for inviting me and her entire staff. They were so good with these little ones. I was out of control, so happy, but they guided me to the right place, like where to take the babies. And I want to give a special shout out to Adriel Torres, first grade teacher at Sunrise. I just wanted to give him a shout out because we are always talking about representation. This is a male teacher who is so good with his first graders, and I just thought that was so great, and I hope that he inspires more gentlemen to go into the teaching profession. I also want to thank the PTA at CK8. I was hanging out with them during the open house for celebration, and I just had such a great time meeting parents and getting people to join the PTA, which I think is so important. Couple more things. Mr. Thorne, thank you so much for your rollout or initial starting implementation of the one-to-one initiative. I know that is greatly needed, and your team has been working very hard to get that done. So thank you so much for everything you do. And speaking of transportation, Mr. Melendez, thank you for bringing that up. First day of school, the first week is always really difficult, really trying. Mr. Crease, I don't know how many times I emailed you this week with some transportation issues, but I just wanted to just thank you for the work that you do and all of the folks in transportation. I know this is a trying time, but you guys are doing great, and hopefully we can iron all of these issues out. So thank you so much, everyone.
Mr. Williams?
Yeah, thank you guys for covering the congratulations to all the teachers and staff and people who are bringing our kids back to school and having to deal with that gigantic logistical issue. And kudos to everyone who did it. And kudos to the parents who are very patient in their delivering their kids to school in a safe and maybe not so convenient manner this time, but it'll get better. I try to stick to school stuff, but I just have to quickly say also thank you to all of the brothers and sisters in Afghanistan who sacrificed so much and so dearly for the past 20 years. It has been a real mess coming out of Afghanistan, and I just want all my fellow veterans to realize that it wasn't all in vain. I always thought while I was there that the byproduct of this is really an opportunity for people to live a better life than they were under the Taliban. I pray that that remains the case, and it's just a real heartbreaking issue to watch that country fall the way that it has. When I personally know so many who have given their lives for people that they had never met previously. So I just want to thank you, and thank you to the families who've sacrificed their loved ones in that fight. People who have been to Afghanistan, it's very hard to ever leave Afghanistan, even when you're far removed from the war. So I just wanted to say thank you to those families and those soldiers who sacrificed so much. Thank you.
Mr. Rice.
Okay, and thank you, John, for that. I agree with that and kind of mirror what my colleagues say. Thank you to all of the teachers. I always start my meeting off thanking the teachers going forward here. And there's no more challenging but rewarding career, and to witness some of the things that you have to go through, especially during times like this, is especially difficult. So thank you for all that you do. Quick updates. We had a ribbon cutting for our veterinary program expansion at Harmony High School. That was very exciting. This clinic is going to give our students, who's interested in becoming a veterinary assistant, a low-cost opportunity to get their practical experience, and it will also offer a low-cost veterinary clinic for those at lower incomes in that serving that district in near Harmony. Open house was fantastic. I made it to Tohope-Goliga, St. Cloud, and Harmony. I'm especially proud of our Tohope-Goliga booster group. We pulled it together, and thank you for helping Mr. R. Scott for helping purchase the merchandise. I got there at 4 o'clock, and by 4:20 they were selling out. And I was really proud. They sold $8,500 worth of merchandise. So between St. Cloud, Harmony, and Toho, we sold $25,000 in merchandise and school spirit, and that's just going to instill school spirit, give those kids a sense of belonging. I want to give a shout out to Jack Yance with Yance Wood Art. He has donated the template, we'll call it a spirit template. It's a tiger paw, and then he's also doing one for us at Liberty High School. And then we're going to be painting the logos in the sidewalk, and then the parents can purchase the logo, and then that money will go to the sport of their choice, or some inspirational quotes, just something to try to help instill school spirit out there. I've been meeting with many of you, the principals. I'm trying to ask you, what can I do to help you? Putting together a wish list. Some of the things on the wish list were a little bit outside of what I could do, but one thing I'm excited to say, and I'm putting it on the agenda tonight for our elementary school teachers. I want to get cafeteria monitors back in to help you out. Well, when they told me all the things that you have to do and juggle, and that's been difficult, so we're going to try to do that. Randy, I want to thank you. We had some trees growing in front of the flashing light at Hickory Tree. You immediately jumped on that. Also want to thank Bill Sturgeon with the City of St. Cloud, mowing Betsy Ross Lane. I contacted him, Keith Trace, and Lynette Matheny. The grass was really high, and the kids easier to walk when they don't have to wade through the grass. My wife and I worked the backpack giveaway at Hopkins Park just last Saturday, and that really went over well. We purchased 100 backpacks between her and I, and Chairman Thacker was going to graciously offset some of those costs. They had a game trailer, haircuts, hot food. It was a great event. Give you an update on our Boys and Girls Club meeting. We do have a location on 10th in Virginia. It's owned by the school district. It's a kind of an extra building. It's a 2,500 square foot. We met with the COO of the Boys and Girls Club. They brought their staff down, inspected the building. They really liked it, said it would be a good fit. It would accommodate 50 to 60 students per day. So we're going to put together a lease. It'll probably be on the next agenda. Mr. Krumbacher and but the attorney for the Boys and Girls Club needs more information to put together the lease. And so I'm really looking forward to that. So if we can get that approved by the board, then we're going to hit the ground running with fundraising to get that up and going. And then last, which is going to be real exciting, is I met with Monica Anderson last week. She's the corporate director of community benefit for Orlando Health. Now, Orlando Health is already a strong partner with the school district, but they want to expand that partnership. They're offering to build food pantries in every school in Osceola County. They're going to build it, they will fund it, and this will be through the Love Pantry with Second Harvest Food Bank. I told them what we can do is start off with our Title I schools, because they want to hit the ground running quickly. So all of you principals, start looking around your campus and find a place that would be a good spot for it. It's going to be it'll be non-perishable, grab-and-go type of items, but we don't need to have hungry children out there. That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Again, I just want to echo the comments of the board and say thank you to all of our principals, our assistant principals, our district leaders, all of our dedicated teachers and staff for everything that you've done over the course of the last few days to get us off to a successful start for a school year. When I think about the challenges that you all have faced every day for the last 17 months, I remain amazed and inspired at your tireless dedication, your willingness to just do whatever it takes to make sure that learning doesn't stop and that we're able to meet the needs of our students, our parents, and our community. Also, certainly, we would be remiss if we did not thank our parents, because there has been a lot of patience required this week. Always takes that as we work through transportation issues, school lunch issues, all of those logistical things. But we're gonna get there, get smoother every single day. And we are just dedicated and committed to continuing this great work, and your support is greatly appreciated. So thank you.
Dr. Pace, you want to go on with your update?
Sure. Just a few things I wanted to share with the board and also with the community. I know all things are telling right now and a lot of concern about COVID in our community. On a good news note, enrollment in the district is currently up. Now tomorrow is day 5 when we'll be looking at the students who've not been present at all since the beginning of the school year and taking those out of the system. But right now it looks very positive. We're up a little over 1,300 students in our district managed schools and about 600 students in our charter schools. Family Empowerment Scholarship is up to $2,758 as of today's report. In terms of COVID in our schools, as you know, we do publish that information on our website every week. It's updated for the previous week. During the week of August the 2nd, we had 8 positive students and 43 positive staff members reported. That was the week right before we started. That next week, when we had a full week of school, we had 143 positive students and 85 staff. So certainly concerning as we look at those data. And so far this week, I haven't looked at today's numbers. Yesterday, we had 34 positive students and 10 positive staff members reported. So the team is already working very committed to helping students and families transition to digital learning in the event that they need to quarantine. Our office is busy handling calls and helping to provide guidance. The confusing aspect of all of this is that with the Department of Health's release of a new rule for students regarding quarantine, the old rules still apply to staff. So we actually have 2 decision trees now that these dedicated people are having to work through as we make decisions to help keep our community safe. But again, just on a personal note, I don't speak for the board or the district. This is just Deborah the former principal and the superintendent and the grandmother and the mother and all of those other things. You know, really, these masks are super, super helpful. The vaccines are super, super important as we try to get this pandemic under control. And then our Osceola virtual school and full-time enrollment is up to 430 students in grades K through 12. We do have a waiting list, and I know that's causing some frustration for some of our parents, but it's not as easy in the virtual school program to just hire another teacher and launch a new class. There's pretty significant training that's required to help make that happen, as well as just then the processing, not just through our onboarding systems, but also through Florida Virtual School. So Dr. Evans and I are going to be meeting with Ms. Clevenger this week to continue to see what we can try to do. But for right now, that does remain a particular challenge that we're facing. And that's all I have, sir.
Thank you very much. At this time, we will recess the regular school board meeting and call to order the public hearing on rulemaking. Mr. Boyd.
Good evening, board and Dr. Pace. This evening, I'm bringing to you the same changes with 2 additions that we shared at the workshop. And at the end of this reading, I would pause for an opportunity for public comments since it's a public hearing. And then after that, request action from the board. Thank you. The first proposed policy change is a new rule, 3.402, safe school officers. This is part of the ongoing creation of new policy language and revisions of existing policy language in order to comply with recent changes in state law and/or guidance from the Florida Department of Education and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and to provide consistency with district precedent and current practice, otherwise known as the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Act. This first rule is pursuant to Section 1006.12, safe school officers at each public school. Florida statutes. It defines the classifications, qualifications, training requirements, and work responsibilities of safe school officers. The next set of changes are all revisions to existing school board rules. The first one is for Rule 2.20. This is an addition from the workshop. Its responsibilities and authority of the board. It adds paragraph 6 to clarify that individual school board members may use school district facilities and/or equipment for personal initiatives or non-school board sponsored events under the same terms and conditions as organizations and community members. Such use shall comply with this policy and the standard facilities use agreement. The school board meeting room shall not be subject to the lease use at any time by school board members unless an event that has been approved by the majority of the school board. This rule change also adds paragraph 7 to clarify that the use of the school district's letterhead, logos, seals, trademarks, social media accounts, or any comparable school board property and/or equipment by school district employees, administrators, or school board members shall be consistent with the mission, goals, policies, and priorities of the school district and pursuant to the duties of these purposes within these roles. Rule 2.25, School Board Adopted Plans. It updates and adds to the list of the school district procedures documents the threat assessment protocol, including threats to self, ethical considerations for dual practitioners, those being school district social workers, school psychologists, and school counselors who also work for independent agencies, and the Foreign Exchange Student Procedures Manual, and the Mental Health Referrals and Timelines Procedures Manual. The next change is Rule 3.40, Safe and Secure Schools. Again, ongoing policy changes and creation due to the Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Act. This revises the rule to implement recent revisions to the Florida State Board of Education Rule 6A-1.0018, School Safety Requirements and Monitoring. This rule was passed on June 10th, 2021. This rule change also revises paragraph 5C to clarify that threat assessment teams shall use the Comprehensive School Threat Assessment Guidelines, acronym CSTAG, as the behavioral threat assessment instrument. Adds paragraph 5D to clarify specific meeting, documentation, and reporting requirements for threat assessment teams, and adds paragraph 9 to clarify for state law specific duties of the school district safety specialist and requirements for monitoring, reporting, and curing suspected safety deficiencies. Rule 4.40, extracurricular program, again, ongoing policy creation as a part of implementing the Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Act. It revises the rule to implement recent revisions to the same state board rule in the preceding rule change that I listed. It adds paragraph 6 to clarify that a safe school officer shall be assigned for certain times outside of the regular school day, including before and after school, summer school, during extracurricular activities, and for school-sponsored events, and that the school principal shall consult with the district school safety specialist and request the assignment per established school district procedures. Rule 5.34, expulsion or alternative placement of students, revises paragraph 1 to clarify that the Code of Student Conduct defines a serious breach of conduct, adds paragraph 3 to formalize school district practices related to alternative placement of students in specific situations for consistency. Rule 6.96, gifts to employees, revises policy to reflect and comply with the federal E-rate gift rules, which require that employees do not accept any one gift with a retail value greater than $20 or any combination of separate gifts with a retail value equal to or less than $20 each that when combined are greater than $50 in the aggregate per fiscal year. These gifts from lobbyists or vendors of corporations that provide specific eligible technology products or services as determined by the Universal Service Administrative Company, USAC, who administers the Universal Service Fund under the direction of the Federal Communications Commission, FCC. And then we have Rule 6.97, Weapons, revises paragraph 9 to comply with Section 1006.12, Safe School Officers at each public school, Florida statutes. And then the last change, rule is an addition. Since the workshop, Rule 9.30, Community Use of Facilities, it would include paragraph 4A that has the identical language proposed for Rule 2.20 in regards to standard facilities use. And that completes the reading of the rule changes for the public hearing. I'll pause at this time, Chairman Becker, to permit the time for public hearing or comment.
This is, I'll take public comment and we'll switch it to the board, but nobody has turned in an interest to speak on these items. Is there anybody wishing to speak on the items in the school board rules? It's pretty exciting stuff. So, hearing none, I will close the public portion of the rulemaking and board.
The public portion.
Board gets comments too.
Oh, okay.
If there are any, if not, we will.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, Judge.
Yeah, on one of them specifically, I'll take them each individually. On the school safety officers, we're creating a new policy on that one. And for public purposes knows, everyone, I started an SRO task force, and we had made certain recommendations. And those recommendations, a good amount of them were implemented in the SRO contract we have with law enforcement. But I wanted to be able to codify them in policy. So I started drafting my own policy, but I was kind of taking my time because I figured I had another year because the SRO contract was already accepted. And so when I found out that the school board rule was going to get implemented, I want to be able to kind of bring back that task force to review that policy and just have one meeting. You know, we're not going to have anything long and drawn out because when the task force met, we didn't have the discussion of guardians. We talked about the role of the SRO in general. And so we understand, or at least I understand, that as a plan B, we have to look at the option of guardians and the fact that the sheriff doesn't want to place the SROs in the charter schools. So we have to have a policy allowing guardians on campus. But I just want to be able to finish the work, so to speak. And so the intention is not to get rid of the language of guardians in there, just trying to make sure that the task force recommendations are in fact set into policy. Like a quick example, I know one of them, the mission statement and the vision statement's not there. We set a board resolution saying that we prefer SROs, but you know, we're willing to go to guardians if need be to comply with the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Act. So I want to be able the policy language to state that up front in the very beginning. It is the desire of the school district to contract with SROs, but in order to comply with Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, the possible use of a guardian may be acceptable. So there's minor technical language, so I'm not against the policy being created. I just want to be able to have a public forum, and I appreciate all the volunteer hours that the task force had put in and everything to just kind of have just one meeting where they look at the draft that Mr. Boyd submitted, make those suggestions, and then I already spoke with Dr. Pace about it too, so she's aware of that, and I'll go ahead and make my suggestions at the next hearing, because they gotta be in order, you know what I mean? I think it's not final now. How many more hearings do you have to have before it becomes final, or?
Well, tonight, we would be asking for final action on this version, but the work continues because this is ongoing policy creation, and just as you have additions, the state will have additions as well as they recommend best practices.
All right.
So we have opportunities and options.
Yeah, so if it's final, I don't feel comfortable voting on a final. I wanna, I guess, postpone that section, allow me to have one meeting, get together my stuff, because I already had notes already started. Like I said, I just never finished it, because I didn't think I had to wait till next year. And I just want the ability to kind of get together, have one quick meeting, and at the next, I can have it done by the next board meeting.
Okay.
So it's
Put
not long.
it in the motion, however you want to word it.
Okay, my motion to temporarily postpone item 3.402 for the safe school officers and allowing for the SRO task force to convene for one meeting and be able to come up with their own policy recommendations for which the board can then discuss. So the board doesn't have to adopt it, but the board can discuss it and then implement it or amend the school board rule from that point.
Okay, I'll second that.
Can we, Julie?
No, you still got some. We have a motion and a second. let me restate it, because I'm not sure I didn't get it.
Okay, yeah, motion to temporarily postpone.
To approve except for 3.402, is that correct?
No, I'm just motioning for 3.402 only, not the whole school board policy rules that were here.
So you're motioning, okay, I was confused. So your motion is to remove that from this?
Just to remove 3.402
Okay.
from the rest of the consideration items as a standalone vote.
Okay.
And I'm temporarily postponing it so I can reconvene the SRO task force
I got
so
you.
they can make their
I got that
suggestions.
one. That's your second?
I'm fine with that, yeah.
Board, any further discussion?
Yes, Chairman,
Yeah,
if
go
I
ahead,
may.
go right ahead. I know you got some other comments. I
And
didn't
so my
know.
motion is just 3.402.
No, I get it. His light was on. I wasn't sure
Yeah.
if
I do.
If it was this or others.
This and more, but
Okay.
Julius,
Let's
if
do
we may,
this one and settle this one, and then we'll go into the others.
if we may, Julius, can we actually do that for all of these safe school policies? Because I also have questions on some of these other ones. So and I can ask my questions now, and maybe we settle them and we don't.
Yeah, because there's like technical language about bringing a weapon
There
on
is,
campus.
right, it's technical language as well for some of mine. So I understand what yours is. I'd like to amend your motion to include all of these SSO policies.
Yeah, because I think there's like 3.40.
John, what are the numbers
I don't know
of
the numbers.
Three
the,
point 402, 3.40, 4.40, and 6.97 are all connected.
4.40 or 4 point, what was the last one you read?
Sure, sorry. There's 3.402,
Mhm.
3.40, 4.40, and 6.97.
Okay. All right, you want to make your comments? Or do we, is a second? Okay.
So Julius, all of those changes would be addressed in your
Yes, they'll all be at one point, yeah. They're incidental because they just say SSO, and we just want to define what that means, like, who could carry a weapon on campus. Because it does say if you're a guardian, you can weapon on campus. Maybe we may want to define what guardian is, like who can and cannot be a guardian. Like a teacher, do we want teachers to be guardians? You know what I mean? That's just something to kind of discuss. Or is a guardian going to be an independent person, I know that sounds technical,
I'm fine
but that's where
with
the,
I'll amend myself, I'll go ahead and second
So,
The amended motion.
the amended
so
motion.
we have an amended motion to remove item 3.402, 3.4, 4.4, and 6.97. Now we have some discussion, Mr. Arguello.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for one, can you explain to me, John, this page here, the communications plan for proposed revisions to school board rules, this one right here?
Yes, sir. That one is a standard procedure that I do for each rulemaking cycle that will state on there at different steps how we advertise and how we communicate the rules. So with this cycle, you have the workshop and you have public comment. And for each of those, we had to put a legal ad in the newspaper, and we also communicated to the school board at the school board review step prior to those two. So this has been a 3-month process with those changes.
Now, is that statutory?
The review part is not statutory. The workshop and the public comment are statutory.
Okay, so would this be considered the workshop?
No,
So
this
that would be
is
the workshop that happened before the August 3rd meeting, or
the,
during?
well, to clarify, the board review step is not a workshop. It's just simply providing you a list of the rules that are being looked at for changes in the upcoming rulemaking cycle. The formal cycle includes the workshop and tonight's public hearing.
So a workshop is mandatory by statute.
Yes, sir.
When did this workshop occur for these rules?
It was August the 3rd.
August the 3rd. Okay, thank you. So on August the 3rd, there was also a motion made for 2.20,
Yes, sir.
right? But that was also not part of the workshop that evening.
What will happen with those that are provided by the board, because the board has an opportunity on the day of the meeting of the workshop to provide additional changes to the rules. And they can also make amendments to the ones that are on the original list. So it is not uncommon to have additional changes brought to the public hearing, as long as the legal ad represents that we have it, that the public knows that that can happen.
And
we
the
did.
legal ad happened on July 20th, is that correct?
I'd have to double check, I believe so, yes, sir. It
So
was
if
probably before that.
Okay,
I have the
so,
actual date.
okay, thank you, Mr. Boyd. If the legal ad happened, let's say July 20th, then it could not have represented a motion that was made for the first time or discussed for the first time on August 3rd. Is that
It
correct?
is, the actual legal ad is written broadly that if we're going to touch the rules, the student progression plan, or the code of student conduct, the public is put on notice with that legal ad in advance so that they know that there could be possible changes to any of those documents. That would include these changes.
So these changes are part of the student conduct?
No, these changes are part of the rules proper. So 2.20 and 9.30, those were the additions at the workshop night that happened under the new business, where the board voted on the resolution that directed Dr. Pace to direct me to include them in this rulemaking cycle that is open.
And so for you, this wasn't a legal process. So according to the statute, the requirements of the statute, to enter in this language into our rules based on the motion made on August 3rd, this is correct.
This was a legal process because the legal ad is written broadly to permit the flexibility for staff and the board to make additional changes. The main thing that we have to do according to statute is what we're doing tonight, provide a public hearing of any changes to the rules prior to a vote.
Okay, so thank you for that. I appreciate that explanation. So for one, if the language that evening provided on August 3rd through the motion does not match the language here, then does that make it a legal motion there? Does that make it illegal, this language that's here? Because the board did not vote on this language that's in this rule change.
They voted on a resolution to bring it to this rulemaking cycle, and so I included it.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that the language that was voted on and approved by the board here that night on August 3rd does not match the language that's provided here in this rule.
No, that was actually what Mr. Thacker read.
That's not the case, because I can pull them up side by side and I can read both of them word for word, and I can tell you that the language is not the
I
same.
am sorry, but I've had enough. For 27
Hold on,
years,
Mr.
I have
Boyd.
worked in
Hold
this
on, Mr.
district.
Boyd. Hold
No,
on,
sir.
Mr. Boyd.
I have done this
Mr. Boyd,
job.
one second.
since
This is not a
2001.
reflection of you. What I'm saying is that the language, which I was provided in an email by the superintendent, does not match the language in this paragraph here. That's what I'm saying.
The language that I was given were from Mr. Thacker's notes because I requested them, because they're a public record.
Right,
And that's what I based this revision on.
okay,
I wouldn't have done it otherwise. It
okay.
has to be public.
So, right, I agree with you, but I have that email as well, and I can read them both side by side. In fact, why don't we, I think
Sure.
that's
Can I
maybe a
have a vote on my item first?
Yeah,
Let's vote on that, yeah.
let's finish,
First,
let's
we have a
finish,
motion
and we'll
and
come back to this.
I'll let Lester.
Ms. wait a minute, before we vote, Ms. Castillo had her light on.
No, I'm clear as day now, thank you.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor by Mr. Melinda, second by Mr. Bass, to remove 3.402, 3.4, 4.40, and 6.97, so that Mr. Melinda's task force can take another look at that, I guess. Any other further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. All right, that leaves us with the pink item.
Continue.
The pink item. Wait a minute, let's get a motion or something before we, oh, go ahead, Jim.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Mr. Boyd, let me go here instead. If the language in this rule change does not match the language that was stated on that evening on August 3rd through that motion, what does that mean?
What I received
No.
was the script of what was read during the meeting.
No, I understand
That's
that.
what I
Thank you, I
based this
understand, I
draft on.
understand your thought. What
If
I'm
it were
saying,
different, there would be a problem, but what I did is I followed the exact script that Mr. Thacker read into the record,
okay,
as I understood it, what was emailed to me.
okay, thank you very much. That's
Sure.
all.
We'll have discussion on the second item.
Well, we don't have a second item. yet.
Okay.
Want we need a motion or discussion, something?
I'll motion to reject 2.20.
Second, the motion, but I want to amend it to include and 9.30. Or do I need a second motion just for that specifically?
Well, his motion right now was 2.2, unless you want to add 9 point.
Or do you want to amend your original motion
I'll
to
amend
include 9.2?
to include.
Hold on, okay.
And then I'll have a
Do you have a
discussion.
second? Have a motion to reject item 2.20 and 9.73.
9.30.
9.30, I'm sorry, I don't know where I heard 7.3.
No worries.
Thank you for keeping me straight. I still stand by these. I think it's important for a community that we act like a board when we act like a board and act like individuals when we act like individuals. And I think some of these are important to us. I think when we do something that's in the school board meeting room, it appears that we are doing it with the full endorsement of the school board. If that's not the case, I don't think this meeting room should be used by school board members as individuals. So if there are no further questions, I will. You got a comment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. And I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to separate it, one thing from the other. Now, my reasons for rejecting the motion is because there's the school board policy and there's also a state statute. And so I like to be able to be consistent with that. Our school board policy already discusses the authority of the board, so it's kind of redundant. But item number, section 930, the common use of facilities, item number C, it says it's the policy of the district that the right of free speech and access shall be granted in accordance to the law. But it specifically states that it has to be in the promotion of an education environment. And so it makes exclusions for things not related to the school. So if we want to have a use of this facility to talk about an HOA meeting, then you got to kind of go through the normal process of getting approval. But even if an HOA meeting wanted to have a meeting here at the facility, it doesn't require the majority of the school board. They have their own policy in place to pay for that purpose. So that kind of puts those two concepts in conflict with one another, because whenever a church uses the facility, whenever something comes up, it doesn't require a majority vote of the board, but then those are non-education related. Here, it specifically states that you are to have that. As a matter of fact, 1D says nothing in this policy prohibits the use of any district facility by an employee of the district in the performance of the employee's job, including, and it even says, if you scroll down, communications with school board members which are related to any business of the district. So I believe that this rule, if it's related to the school business of the district, then you cannot prohibit that. Only if it's unrelated. Like if, say, Mr. Arguello want to talk about increasing the sales tax or decreasing traffic, then yes, then that would be appropriate and I can support your rule. But you cannot deny a school board member from using the facility for education related. And one of the examples he gave from the last board meeting, and I wasn't here, but I can still hear it, was that, if we meet with parents or a group of parents, they should be able to come and meet us. Because technically our boardroom is an education facility. I should be able to meet with them at all times to be able to discuss school-related business.
What do you call the boardroom? Maybe we have.
Yeah, it's a school district facility as well.
This is the school board. This is the.
Yeah, and it's
this
our
isn't-
school board, and we're, yeah.
It's not the conference room and the meeting room, just to be very clear. Is that, am I following your take?
Yes.
The school board room that I'm talking about is the room that we are.
But also, but this is,
School board conducts its business.
correct, but it also says district facility though. That's where it's in conflict with the current policy. It says nothing in this policy prohibits the use of any district facility by employees of the district in performance of their job, right? So that's that. And then you got state statute, because then also when I don't really understand the school board policy, I go to state statute for guidance, right? And then the state statutes are very specific. There's one that's called 17A, which is 100.1.42, which is and they even title it Public Information and Parental Involvement Program, right? And then A specifically says adopt procedures, and this is the authority of the school board. So this is state statute that refers to the authority of specifically the board. Adopt procedures whereby the general public can be adequately informed of the educational programs, needs, and objectives of public education within a district, including educational opportunities available to the virtual school. So that state statute specifically says, which is in alignment with the current school board policy, not the revised policy, that if anybody from the public wants to communicate with a school board member, we have to facilitate that, and you cannot restrict it. In addition, there's state statute 100. Well, there's a couple of them actually. There's another one, 27. No, I'll just stick to another one. It says visitation of schools by an individual school board member or charter governing board member. An individual member of a district school board may, on any day and at any time, at his or her pleasure, visit any district in his or her school. An individual charter, okay, we're gonna go charter. And it goes, another board member or a district employee, including but not limited to the superintendent, the school principal, or his or her designee, may not limit the duration or scope of the visit or direct a visiting board member to leave the premises. A board, district, or school administrative policy, which is this policy, or practice may not prohibit or limit the authority granted to a board member under this section. So this is in direct violation of the state statute. As a matter of fact, if you guys do pass this, I'm gonna submit an attorney general opinion because this is a direct conflict with state statute. And we can't have an authority that is basically silencing the school board to be able to meet with them under the guise of education. And I only mean that within the strict limits of educational policy. I can't use this facility to promote a county commission in traffic, but I have the full ability to meet with people and have that full discussion on education-related policy only. And so if you're willing to amend the school board rules to say specifically individual board members cannot use district facilities without a majority vote on unrelated, then you're not in direct conflict with state statute. But if you have this in direct conflict with state statute, I have to do my due diligence as a board member and submit it to the Attorney General's office and get guidance on that, because I can't in good conscience vote for something that's in conflict with state statute.
Mr. Aguirre?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Melendez. First of all, I think that it was clear all along that this was a violation of state statute. There's a saying that goes, no good deed goes unpunished. Well, this is not a good deed, but it will go punished. Certainly, the minute this files, the minute you guys put this into action, I will absolutely file a lawsuit against the school district to repeal it. The fact is that you guys, in your effort to silence one person, are going and putting the entire school district at a danger of making sure that no one can have an opposed voice to yours. Well, that's not the way it's supposed to run. The 5 of us here are elected. The 5 of us here have equal rights to say what we need to on behalf of our community. And for the attempt, this absolutely unveiled attempt to try to silence one person, you should be ashamed of yourselves.
Mr. Kreppenbacher?
Yes.
Can you shed some light on Mr.
Let me explain what I think I understand this rule to be. First of all, the board has the authority to set its rules for its own conduct. This room has never been, as a matter of position, rented or allowed to be used by anyone other than the board, is what I have been advised by staff. The limitation that the rule, I believe, and John, I'm going to ask you if I'm correct, is that this board will only be utilized for official sanctioned board activities.
We would need to, I would think, add that statement, but this particular revision says that the school board meeting room should not be subject to lease use at any time.
Right. And that the only way that could happen, it can't be leased because the board's saying they're not going to allow anyone to use this room other than the board. I have to tell you, until such time the statute on the parents, on the board member being allowed to go to schools, was the result of a school district down south blocking a board member from visiting a school. That has nothing to do with this boardroom. The reality is, until judicially ruled otherwise, I have to presume under the statute that the board has the right to establish that this room will only be used for official board sanctioned events. There are other places for board members to meet, And as I understand it, they are not saying anywhere in that rule that they are discussing language, what opinions may be, et cetera. They're just saying that this room is going to be limited to official board activity.
And see, and I would argue that official board activity is us meeting with our constituents to discuss education-related issues. That's where I have the issue.
Now,
I don't have
from
an
the
issue
judicial
with
branch-
modifying it to say non-education related.
And if I'm the judicial branch, so I would give deference back to the legislative branch and say to the school board, what is your interpretation of that? It's official business, only business sanctioned by the board, which is what I understood you represented at the last meeting, Mr. Thacker.
That was the intent.
Which then becomes
I
a
think we all got where we're coming from. Can we go ahead and take a vote? There is a motion on the floor by Mr. Arguello, second by Mr. Melendez, to reject item 2.20 and 9.30. All those in favor of rejecting those two signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Motion fails 2-3. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve all of the items on this rulemaking hearing with the exception of 3.4, 3.402, 3.4, 4.4, and 5.97, which were pulled.
6.97.
I'm sorry, I'll get it right one of these times. To approve the remaining items.
Second.
Have a motion by myself with a second by Ms. Castillo to approve the open items. Board, any further discussion? Mr. Arguello.
Yes, no, I'll withdraw, just move along.
Okay. Board, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-2. John, I believe that concludes the public hearing
Yes, sir.
on rulemaking. Thank you for your time. We will adjourn the rulemaking session and we will reconvene the regular school board meeting. Brings us to agenda modifications. Board? Any agenda
Yes,
modifications?
I'd like to add, I spoke about earlier about having the cafeteria monitors
Okay.
is back on for discussion. I
That'd
don't think
be
we can vote on it, but I
under
think we
new
can.
business?
Under new business, yes, sir.
Any other modifications, board?
Yeah, I guess
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'll
Go
defer
ahead.
to gentlemen.
Mr. Arguello.
So I'm pulling 501, 601 through consent.
Just to move them to regular?
Yes, right.
501.
And then I have some new agenda items.
Okay, hold on. So, keep them straight here. Okay, go ahead.
So,
Where am I going to, new business?
new business. A, request for school grades. B, you ready? Let me know.
Go ahead, answer. I appreciate it. Okay.
Investigation into the leaker of student information. C.
Okay.
Good character clause for vendors and contractors. D.
Okay, D.
A $180,000 bonus program for teachers, admin, and staff.
Okay.
E, a potential digital option for splitting classes.
Potential digital for, say that.
Digital option for splitting classes. F is a one-page website on the healthcare savings.
On, as part of the website? School
Yeah,
Okay.
and
That
that's, those are the only modifications.
Thank you. Let me make sure I got A, B, C, the cafeteria monitors under new business. Ms. Castillo, do you have something to add?
I do, just procedures for COVID-19 under new business, please. Thank you.
Mr. Melendez, Mr. Pass?
Yeah, no consent agenda items, just new business, Osceola Virtual School. And then a transportation workshop.
You have cafeteria monitors, Mr. Pass, anything else?
No, sir. That's
Dr.
it.
Pace?
Just item 21.01, student representative comments. We were unable to get our student here tonight, but we'll hope to have one by the next meeting.
Okay. Which one was that? Probably doesn't matter.
21.01.
Okay, probably doesn't matter.
They already removed it.
Okay, I was gonna say, mine says meeting adjourned. Okay. All right, I'll entertain a motion, and to me, let me just clear up one thing. I have two items being pulled, 5.01 and 02. No other items pulled.
5.01 and 601.
Sorry.
Frank, don't we have 1901, were you gonna pull that one as well? Because we don't have the lease.
I was just gonna report back on 19.
Oh, you're just gonna report on that? Okay.
On the
All right.
status of what's
Okay.
going on.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So would anybody like to take a crack at the motion? Need to do it? From the consent agenda, we'll make sure I'm right, John, 5.01 and 6.01. Under new business, we will add a discussion on cafeteria monitors, request for school grades, investigation into leaked information, C, or probably D, good character clause for vendors and contractors. Next item, $180,000 bonus program. Next one, a digital option splitter for classes, potential for that. And finally, or not finally, one-page addition to the website on healthcare savings, a COVID-19 procedure discussion, transportation, request for a workshop on transportation, and Osceola Virtual Schools. Did I miss anything? Okay.
I think Ms. Castillo had a COVID-19.
Did you?
Yeah, I said that.
I'm sorry.
Pretty sure I
It's a
did.
lot. We did.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was a motion, if anybody
Second.
would like to second that. I have a motion by myself, a second by Mr. Arguello to approve that motion. More any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. That brings us to item 5.01 first. Approval of the minutes of school board meeting August 3rd. Mr. Arguello?
Yes, so I would like prior to motioning to approve this, I would like a transcript from that evening of the meeting. And then
You asking for the whole meeting or a particular portion of the meeting or
the
what?
particular portion that involves rules 2.20,
That's what I figured.
and then I will motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms.
Right now?
No,
You're gonna have the
just a
floor.
minute, they're gonna get it.
Yeah, not this minute. I appreciate the expediency, not this minute.
I have a motion to approve 5.01 by Mr. Arguello, second by Mr. Bass. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign, motion carries 5-0. Mr. Arguello brings us to item 6.01, which you pulled.
Yes, I just wanted there was a huge amount of teachers coming to District 3, and I just wanted to tell you welcome. Can't wait to meet you. I hope that you can reach out to me at any point in time for any reason. I look forward to meeting you individually. Until then, I have helped out grading papers before, so if you need any additional help, I'm here to help. And thank you very much, and that's all. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Arguello to approve item 6.01 with a second by Mr. Melendez. Board, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign, motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Decker,
Yes, I'm sorry.
just so I understand for 5.01,
He just asked a question if he can get a transcript.
But am I getting, am I like doing verbatim
Yes.
words or a copy of a CD from that time? You want it in Word, like typed out words?
Please, an official transcription of that evening's meeting of that portion.
But that port, right, just that portion.
If it pleases the board, I'll work with Mr. Public to see if he can get it. Something, we'll get it done.
Yeah.
We'll work on it.
You'll save you a lot of time if you'll give me a disc. I'll have a court reporter do it.
Thank you, Mr. Prombach. Thank you, Dr. King.
I believe that brings us to the information item, draft strategic plan. There's nothing, we're not gonna address that here.
I just wanted to share with the board, we typically have brought forward any revisions, suggestions to the strategic plan at this time and then bring it back to the board for approval with our budget in September. I have tried with staff over the course of the last couple of months to think about the things that we've heard in your feedback from strategic plan workshops and other types of things, and then updated some of the academic success goals. In particular, in academic success, we've added a specific strategy around our challenges with math to make sure that that work is very, very intentional. In talent management, we've added specifically developing new interview protocols, diverse hiring best practices, a response to the HR audit that's upcoming to make sure that we're improving our systems with that, as well as making sure that exit interviews and stay interviews are updated as a part of our retention strategy along with our health services plan. And strategy 3, fiscal responsibility, we're talking about our one-to-one, potentially quarter penny, and I know that Mr. Thacker is going to have some further discussion about what a local vendor preference could potentially look like. In strategy 4, our work with Alliance for Public Schools, I see Ms. Erickson in the back. We wanted to continue, and then we've talked about the importance of our governance and the way we work together, sending a message to the rest of the community. So I've included something about master board training. We currently have on our calendar a workshop scheduled for September the 7th at 3 o'clock. If we wanted to have formal discussion about this, I can also meet with any of you individually if you have additional strategies. Otherwise, this is year 3 of the current plan that we've just simply tweaked to update strategies based on feedback that you guys have provided. But if I missed something, please let me know.
Mr. Way, you got some questions or comments?
Yeah, absolutely. So in goal 2.2A.
Yes, sir.
So number 1, 2 things are not mentioned here. Number 1 is the healthcare program, which employees continue to struggle with. And number 2 is money. So in our strategic plan, we should definitely have a verbiage, right? If this is guiding us, if this is our roadmap, that seeks to put us on a path forward to improve those 2 situations. And if it's not in here, then we're not accountable to it.
Sir, if I may, on 2C, it says prioritize a competitive salary and benefit strategy. Continue to strengthen the Evolutions provider network and customer service for employee benefits, address internal audit findings and recommendations for the health services plan, and enhance the education campaign to inform current and future employees about benefits.
Yeah, number 1, so I have implement creative recruitment solutions, increase opportunities to place early hires. This is 2A, so.
No, sir, this is 2C.
I'm sorry.
Improving strategies to increase retention of high-quality employees, if you'll look at the activities.
Okay, so, okay, hold on 1 second, so.
And it does mention address internal audit findings. So if the internal audit does come up with any potential recommendations, that we plan to implement them.
Absolutely.
Which line, which bullet is that on C?
Under activities, if you'll look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and I'm sorry, not the 4th, but the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th bullets.
Okay, so I'm glad to see it there. Thanks. So it proves my point. Apparently, we do have it accountable to it. So moving to 2C, then, and if you go to the second to the last bullet in metrics, and to the 3rd bullet in metrics, increase the percentage of teachers in counter reporting that they feel supported personally, physically, institutionally, and instructionally to 90%. is how did you come up with these percentage numbers? I'm just curious why they wouldn't be higher, like 50% employees exiting will complete an exit interview. Why wouldn't that be 100% or 90 or?
And that's certainly the feedback we're seeking from the board. If you want to change the metrics, we'll do that.
And then the third is the same thing for that third bullet there. Again, for me, it's a little bit vague, just saying, I think that we should have a goal, which is a number, right? Like if the number one thing is salary, or the number one county is X, then I think that we should have a path towards that, and we shouldn't be shy about mentioning numbers. So, but thank you for that correction. So let me go to.
So be clear, you're okay there with that first question?
I think that the superintendent answered my question.
Yeah, so I was
And then.
trying to follow.
So 3C, I think that one of the things that needs to be on here is build trust. We've had community outreach events, and I think we had 5 of them, and we had less than 10 people show up to all of them. So I think that is kind of just a repetitive motion that's not going to bring good results. In terms of researching options for small business and veteran-owned business enterprises, I mean, that just came up before the board and it was voted down. So now, how can we go against what the board decision was and institute a program that provides that?
The discussion that I heard from the board and the feedback that I heard from board members was to review the process and work toward implementation. I believe the prior motion was to do it immediately. Mr. Kruppenbacher had already begun the work of getting some background information, and one of the things I think Mr. Thacker was going to potentially request tonight was to look at a workshop. And in terms of the enhanced educational campaign, you and I at one time had talked about doing something far more inclusive, kind of like our choice campaign or choice week, to try to increase this educational piece. But if you have a different approach that you'd like us to take, we'd be happy to work with you on how we will do that.
Okay, thank you. So if I go to goal 5A, well, I'm gonna say this anyways. Goal 4B, complete the master board training for school board and superintendent. FSBA, to me, that's just kind of, I'll be honest, that seems like it's kind of broken down. That seems like a very elementary step towards gaining trust on the board, or to creating a situation, an environment where all opinions are valued, as opposed to just one side ruling based on majority-minority situations. I'm not interested in receiving a certificate. I'm interested in achieving change. So that's just my input. So if we go to 5A, if we look at SROs versus SROs versus SSOs and so on, we can't say that we have successfully secured our schools if we're losing SROs. So I know that later on in the agenda we have some issues, I mean, especially with the rules that we just looked at. Those rules, to me, in these agenda, we're talking about making 2 guardians, implementing 2 guardians, switching people from their jobs to 2 guardians, acting as guardians. For me, if I had to guess, if I just looked at a book and I read the chapter and I'm foreshadowing, then I'm looking at the fact that the district is moving to replace SROs with SSOs. I know you're gonna say no, but if it were me, those would be the steps that I would take to replace SROs with SSOs. And so to me, that's what it looks like. So goal 5 here, if we lose our deputies, our sworn law enforcement in our schools, then there's no way that we can achieve this, in my opinion. It just won't happen. So that's really, those are all of my comments. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you.
Okay, we're not, this is an information item, we're not voting here, right? All right, brings us to our regular agenda, item number 12, business and finance. 12.01, board.
Motion approved.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Melendez with a second by Mr. Bass to approve item 12.01. Mr. Arguello, you have a comment?
Absolutely. So this is a contract that is under protest at this current time. This contract is under protest by a vendor who saw irregularities in their scores. They were here at the last meeting stating that they were having an issue and that their scores were not legitimate. At least that was their opinion. So why would we, and is that person here by any chance? There he is, right there. My gosh, I'm sorry, but he should have an opportunity to speak. So,
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
he spoke at the last meeting, and there's a no contact rule until the board's gonna vote on it. I don't know if he's filed the bond to continue the protest or not, no, so there is no active protest at this point.
so then, out of a technicality, what we're doing is, we're telling a vendor who has worked with the district for 15 years that he's out, right? So, obviously, there's an irregularity here. We have scores.
Oh, John, let me correct something.
Yeah.
You're saying there's an irregularity here. There's been no proven irregularity at this point in time.
That's right, you're correct. Thank you, Mr. Attorney.
He came last time and spoke to the board, which I could have ruled subsequently as a breach of the no contact rule. Because tonight is the first time a vendor can speak to the board from the time the bid goes out. It's the meeting where the board votes. So now
Thank
is
you.
where he should speak and identify whatever he thinks is the irregularity, then it can be properly investigated. And I monitored this because I figured it was going to be resolved in the protest thing. I'm advised by purchasing that he didn't proceed forward with the bonding, et cetera. So he would be entitled to speak now and identify the irregularity. Then the board is legally authorized to say, hey, we're not approving it, we are approving it, or we're postponing it till we have this investigated.
That's great, thank you very much. So, what I was trying to say, thank you for correcting me, that at least he came to the board meeting, and he spoke of an irregularity in the voting. I went back and I looked at those scores, which seemed to be irregular. Just from a glance, they looked irregular. So, I would love to have, sir, I'm sorry, may he?
Yeah, come forward.
This is speak on this issue.
If you don't mind, when you get done, just for our records, there's a little form in the back. We just fill it out and bring it up to Todd, just so we have your name and address. So give us
I
your.
did fill it out and I gave it to the gentleman outside.
Oh, maybe I have it here then, and I didn't. Well, give me your name and address for the record.
Sure.
You have 3 minutes too. Maybe I have it here, I apologize.
That's all right. Good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Dr. Pace. I'm Tony Shinami, 935 Lake Baldwin Lane, Orlando, 32814. I was here 2 weeks ago on the notice of protest that I submitted to the purchasing. And that was based on the irregularities on 2 past projects that we went after. With my past 15 plus years experience working for the districts and so many successful projects, we came to a conclusion that the irregularities took place on the score sheet. However, I went back to the RFQ. The RFQ itself says, per CCNA, Consulting Contract Negotiation Act, which is the state statute, it states that all the vendors who applies for the project for anything, they're supposed to get a notification, whether it's going to be a notice of intent or notice of award. And I have been working as a state employee for 20 years before I had my company, and I went through this thing all the way to Tallahassee. CCNA is a state statute and supersedes any other irregularities in the state of Florida that is funded by taxpayers. So what happened was, I did not get any notification from the district about the notice of award and notice of intent. So I went and submitted my notification to y'all on 2 weeks ago that I filed a protest on these 2 schools as a vendor that I was not scored properly, just like the rest of the committee. All I was asking for is somebody to look into it and get back to us. I have no other qualm about this, except the way it was treated for DAX 2 projects versus 15 years of service, and a strong supporter of the foundation and the STEM volunteer myself. I have taught so many in Cypress Creek, Osceola High School that I've been doing, and I was the engineer design that building. and I'm a STEM volunteer too on that. So at least I expect the district to look at it and get back to me, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, based upon what he has represented tonight, I would ask that you postpone this to the next meeting, and I will look into the issue of the scoring sheets and contact you
Thank you, sir.
in purchasing.
I have a motion by Mr. Melendez with a second by Mr. Bass. Will you all be okay with?
Oh, absolutely. I want to look into, yes, I agree, yes.
So can you,
I'm
can
willing
you,
to,
can
yeah,
you
I
switch your
motion,
motion?
yeah, I motion to rescind the motion. Not to rescind it
Just
first and then
withdraw.
amend it?
You just withdraw the
Just
motion.
withdraw the
motion.
Then if you would, make a motion to.
Okay, I'll make, okay, well, it's official first. I motion to withdraw.
Oh, you don't have to
12.1.
just
You're
withdraw your
okay?
motion.
I just withdraw.
Okay, so your motion to withdraw.
It needs to be looked
So I motion to postpone item 12.01 until the investigation is complete and the attorney tells us, whether or not, what's the next direction.
Can I get a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Motion by Mr. Melendez, second by Mr. Bass, to remove 12.01 until there's some investigating done. Mr. Arguello?
No, that's all, never mind, I'll withdraw.
Hearing no other comments, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Tanya, could you email me the gentleman's phone number?
It's on here, Tanya, if you don't have it. Next on the item is facilities.
Motion to approve 13.03.
Second.
A motion by Ms. Castillo with a second by Mr. Bass to approve item 13.03. Mr. Arguello, you have a comment?
Yes, so this architecture firm, congratulations, Mr. Bumpus, and to the team over there. The way that this came about was that I saw the contracts coming up, the continuing contracts. I reached out to Bumpus and I said, hey, you have X amount of days, which was very few, to come and become part. They're a local guy, just to bring this home. They didn't know that this was going on. They didn't know that the contract was out there. They didn't know that they were able. They are a member of VendorLink and they still didn't get the notification. So I called them, I told them to participate, as well as other architects that are local, and they did, and they won. So I just, obviously, our system is lacking in bringing people in locally to participate. I don't think that it should be upon me to call companies to tell them, hey, participate in this bid, since you're a local company. So that's really my only comment on this matter.
Any other comments, board? Hearing none, we have a motion by Ms. Castillo, a second by Mr. Bass to approve item 13.03. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. Brings us to item 14, Human Resources, board.
I'll make a motion to approve 14.01.
Second?
We have a motion by Ms. Castillo with a second by Mr. Melendez to approve item 14.01. Board, any further questions or comments?
Yeah, and just for clarity, I did speak with Ms. Otterson. It's just a revision of the job description. Initially, when I read it, I thought we were creating a new position. It's not creating a new position, it's just the job description itself.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. Brings us to item 15, which are superintendent's recommendations. Board.
I don't know if they have it for new business or pull it,
Well, if it's here,
let's go take it, yeah, we'll go ahead and take it.
Yeah, if it's here, we'll take it.
1501, Roger, let's talk
you
about
will
it.
do it first by itself, okay?
Yeah, the issue that I had, that I had spoken with the superintendent earlier was that, we had two gentlemen from the district attending the Guardian program. And so I just wanted an official report back to let them know how was that program, what was the number of hours. And so, I don't mind approving this because it's already happening, it's already happened, you use the right word. But I do want a feedback to the board, maybe even at the task force meeting, since it was already approved. And the task force, I'd like maybe Mr. Adams or Mr. Yates to attend and give a report to the task force to let them know, do they feel like the Guardian program was adequate, where is it lacking, where can it improve? Kind of like in the military, we call it the after-action report, just kind of telling us what it was. So I would like to be able to condition the motion with a formal report on what the good, the bad, and the ugly of the training.
Mr. Arguello?
Yeah, so again, as I mentioned earlier, the foreshadowing portion. So we're seeking the approval of Mr. Adams and Gold to act in the capacity of a school guardian. If I were reading a mystery novel, this is taking SROs out of our schools, and here we are foreshadowing, providing them with the experience, and then these two gentlemen, they may be the best in the world. These two gentlemen, though, however, become the director of security for the Guardians program and so on and so forth. This is the losing our sworn law enforcement in our schools. So here it comes, foreshadowing. I'm just letting everyone know that that's what this is.
Do we have a motion for this item?
Yes, I have a motion to approve 1501 with both gentlemen providing a report or attending the task force to be able to go over the specifics of what they learned from the Guardian training.
Dr. Price?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that we provided clarity. Mr. Gould and Mr. Adams did successfully complete the Guardian training. I'm confident that they would be happy to come and bring a report back to the board on the quality and depth of that particular training experience. They are continuing in their current roles as the coordinator of athletics and the coordinator of security here in our school district. And I have said publicly, and will say again tonight, I fully believe in and support the board's resolution about the value of SROs in our schools. The purpose for bringing forward this recommendation is because we are dealing with two new companies, two new programs, providing guardians in our charter schools, and ultimately, I and Mr. Yates and this board are responsible for ensuring that there is an armed, trained officer, either an SSO of some kind, a guardian, an SRO, or an SSO, on every school in the district, including charter schools. So this would be a safety net on an emergency basis only. They're not walking around this building or any building with a gun unless they're being asked to do so in that capacity. They'll be wearing a special uniform shirt if they were to do this work on a particular day, and I would notify the board immediately if we had to put that emergency action plan into place. But I fully support the board's wishes on this, but that's the purpose of working through this exercise.
And I apologize, I'll let us get it out of order a little bit. I have a motion by Mr. Melendez. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Mr. Bass. Mr. Arguello?
Yeah, and the issue here for me is not these two gentlemen walking around with guns. They're trained, you put your confidence in them to do this job. I imagine that you did your due diligence. They're perfectly fine guardians. They will do an excellent job. They are two great men. One of them I've met, outstanding gentlemen. The issue is that we say one thing, but these motions say something else. So the fact is, it's in the paperwork here. The other thing that is, just because of this issue, there's a level of sneakiness here. We have the St. Cloud, from what I understand, there are parents calling me and telling me that St. Cloud did not lose their charter school SROs. So in some places, they have SROs, in other places, they don't. So decisions are being made behind the scene when they should be made in front of everyone right here, but they're being made in other places. That's what concerns me, especially when you're talking about the safety of kids. So in that metric, the day that we lose SROs, okay, I just don't want anyone to be shocked by it when they come back and they say, hey, I'm sorry, we just don't have the money to continue providing sworn law enforcement to your school. I'm sorry, that can't happen. We're gonna use, well, coincidentally, we have two people here who just went through the Guardian program, and now they're gonna manage a Guardian program, so you're gonna have an armed security guard instead. So that's what I'm saying.
All right, I would just, let me comment, I'd like to add a comment to this. I'm gonna support this. It's my understanding in all the conversations I've had with the superintendent, because I did have a lot of conversations about this. Mr. Arguello, I agree with you completely. I want a sworn, uniformed police officer, sheriff, whatever they're, right, whatever department they're from, in schools. I also do know by the Marjorie Stone Douglas Act, we are required to have an armed person in every single school. Things do come up, and that person has to go to a doctor's appointment, or they get in a wreck, things happen, and somebody has to get there. To me, that's what these people are for, and that's why I will be supporting Mr. Arguello, and then we'll move on.
If that were the case, we have survived all this time without that program. So what would happen if somebody had a doctor's appointment, somebody had to go get their teeth cleaned, then the SRO would come and they would be replaced by another sworn law enforcement. The fact is, if you look at the two contracts between our security guards, which is what guardians are, and a sworn law enforcement, the duties are not the same, nor can they provide the same level of protection or the same level of commitment to the students that our SROs provide. I understand that everybody says that they're for it, but for me, it's not about being for something, it's about making it happen and committing to the community that we will use all of the power invested in us to actually keep the sworn law enforcement on campus.
Ms. Frank had a point of order, I think, first, but then we'll go to you, Terry.
Mr. Chair, let me point out for the board, because I think everybody here is in agreement with Mr. Arguello on the importance of SROs. This board got told in the mid-early summer by the sheriff's department, followed by the two police departments, that they would be pulling SROs out of charter schools. I think if you follow the book, they clearly may be laying the predicate for, and we're pulling them out of your elementary schools next, et cetera. What transpired with these two guardians was legally, with the revisions to the Marjorie Stoneman Act and DOE's interpretation, while on the left hand they say charter schools are completely independent, on the right hand they say districts, you better assure they have this. And if they don't have somebody, you step in to make sure there's security. That's the purpose of these two people, to make sure this board's in compliance with that burden should that emergency arise. Because we can't take an SRO out of one of our schools and put them over there. So we have these two backups. John, you're exactly right. The public ought to pay attention to the fact that the salvo was fired to pull them out of charter schools as the beginning. But when I sat and listened to those meetings with this board, and they kept talking about they have man shortages, they have this, I think the predicate is being laid there to come to this board at some point and say, we now want to reduce them from elementaries. That's why I recommended, I think this board ought to take a very firm position in writing to the county commission, to the city commission in Kissimmee and the city council in St. Cloud, that, hey, they're obligated to protect our schools too. So everybody step up and let's not pull them out of our schools.
I do want to.
Ms. Castillo's next, and then Mr. Arguello, if you want to chime in.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank, for going over that as well, just for posterity's sake and history. Obviously, I'm gonna vote for this, but I think that because there's so many of you here, and I wanna be clear as to why I'm voting for this, me specifically. There is a rule that came into play, Rule 6A-1.0018, and I feel like it's important for us to know why we're voting for this. I completely understand the point that my fellow board members are stating, that we stand firmly with having SROs in our schools. I stand firmly in having SROs in our district schools as well as our charter schools, but we are responsible for monitoring them. And I think it's important that we understand not just that we're voting, but the reason why we're voting. So I just wanted to make that clear. This is a touchy subject and I don't want my vote to be misconstrued later in the public. Thank you.
Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, so for one, the issue is not just this one item. The issue is what this item represents and what it does. Again, the bottom line is that we have had, wherever we have law enforcement right now, somebody's got a dental appointment, law enforcement replaces them. We have not had a school without coverage. So we're creating a situation that doesn't exist, right? We're trying to prevent a situation that doesn't exist. Wherever there's an SRO right now, okay, if he cannot show up to the job, the sheriff or the chief of police assigns someone else to come and cover it. We do not have any schools without coverage, except now for charter schools, okay? However, some charter schools got to keep their SROs. For me, that is an equity issue. We have some charter schools that have sworn law enforcement protecting their families and their children, and we have others that do not. And I'll let you guess where that is the case. So the problem here is that the decision was made in the early summer, as Mr. Kruppenbacher mentioned, in an office in this school district. It did not happen behind the dais. It did not happen at the workshop. It happened in our superintendent's office with the chief of police of St. Cloud, with the chief of police of Kissimmee, and with the sheriff. That's where that decision was made, and that's where it was told to the public first. It was told to the superintendent, it wasn't told to us, it was decided then. Then the chief of police of Kissimmee came in here to a workshop and said that we had no voice in the matter. That's what he said, those are his words. So, number one, I would disagree. I ask that our attorney ask for an opinion, which I think has already been discussed, from the Attorney General on whether or not our vote matters or not in this situation to keep them. So if the decision can be made in an office over there somewhere, to me, I have a problem with that. And this agenda item is an extension of that decision made in a closed door, in a closed room, out of the vision of the public.
Ms. Melendez?
Yeah, I just want to clarify for the record, because I heard some discussion, that the city of St. Cloud, Chief Gauntlet, has made SROs mandatory in all the schools, including the charter schools. So this is an issue with just the sheriff and the city of Kissimmee Police Department. So I just want to make that clear, because people are like, is St. Cloud there? No. Yes, Chief Gauntlet made it official. So he apparently prioritizes school safety with an SRO versus a guardian. He just didn't come out publicly to denounce it. But just to let you know, the driver of that is the sheriff and the city of Kissimmee Police Departments.
Have a motion by Mr. Melendez, second by Mr. Bass to approve item 15.01. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1. Brings us to item 15.02, approval of additional instructional staff time to engage in PLCs. Ms.
I'll make a motion to approve 15.02.
Okay, I have a motion by
Second.
Mr. Castillo to approve 15.02 with a second by Mr. Melendez. Mr. Arguello, you've got your light on.
Yes, so this is one of the reasons I wanted to have the grades in. I imagine that these schools here are the schools that would have Fs if we requested their grades. Is that the case, Dr. Pace?
Some of them might. Again, we've done grade projections, but not from the state, but not all of them, sir. These are schools that, based on the results that we have on student assessments, we believe would benefit from additional support. And that is the purpose of the ESSER II funds, is to provide academic recovery plans and extra support for schools who need it the most.
So 6 of these schools are in my district. So when you hear me complain about equity across our district, this right here is the reason why I do not sit here and be still. So we have one school board member who came up here and he said, hey, my schools, all the schools in my district had the highest team GPAs on all their athletic teams. Well, the schools in my district have all the F schools. So when I come up here and I complain about grades, this is exactly why. If you think that's not an equity issue, it absolutely is. Nobody can tell me anything different. This is an absolute equity issue. And you have somebody here who's not even left. I'm not some communist screaming for some kind of crazy liberal ideas. This is a very blatant issue of leadership right here. That's what this is to me.
I have a motion by, hold on, let's stay in order here so we can move through this. I have a motion by Ms. Castillo, second by Mr. Melendez, to approve item 15.02. Board, any further comments? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? You right?
Yes. Why would I say no for the $1 million? Schools.
Okay, I just will make sure. Motion carries 5-0. Brings us to the public comment of the board and staff here. Would y'all like to keep going, or do you want to take a 5-minute health break before we start public comment? Up to you guys.
I'm doing the break.
Let's take a 5-minute recess. Sorry about that. I need to stand up. Oh. And we will be back at 7:10 promptly.
Gavel there.
I got a gavel, they're moving. All right, everyone, if we could, let's go ahead and get back in your seats and we will get moving here again so we can all go home. Can you hear me, Mr. Studley? Okay. Well, thank you very much. Waiting on Mr. Melendez, but I believe we will go ahead. I think he's in the room somewhere. We will go ahead and get started again. Here he is. Again, thank you everybody for being here. We know it's been long, but we have kind of tried to group some of these things, but some of the public comment I don't have the topics. So we'll start out with Kevin Stern. If you would, Mr. Stern, give us your name and address for the record.
Yep.
And you have 3 minutes, or there'll be a clock somewhere here that kind of pops up.
All right, thanks very much. My name is Kevin Stern. I live at 1426 Longview Lane here in Kissimmee. Thank you, Dr. Pace and the board, for a moment of audience. I've lived here since 1989. I've never been to a board meeting, and I didn't know there was one today until I called into the superintendent's office today. And the reason I called, my son is a junior at Gateway High School. He's a pitcher on the baseball team, and he's a member, is part of the International Baccalaureate program. If you know, it's about 240 students there. It's about 10% of that program. And today he called my wife and I to let us know that he's been isolated in quarantine at school. He was given a note to say that he can either come back in 7 days. He can, if he has no symptoms, he can come back in 3 days if he gets a test done, and he can come back now with proof of his vaccine. So that's one student, 7 classes. That's about 140 impacted kids in our International Baccalaureate program that now have to quarantine because they're at school. So I'd like to also thank you all for wearing your masks and protecting yourselves, protecting me, and protecting all of our people, because clearly there's a problem. Hillsborough County had 5,600 students out yesterday on quarantine. At the end of today, that's 8,400, so nearly 3,000 more kids are out of school today. There's no online education program this year because it was defunded, so my son doesn't have an online option to take that baccalaureate program. He can go to virtual school that doesn't provide it, but that's about 140 other students that don't have a baccalaureate program choice online anymore, and that's your brightest students in Osceola County. So about 5% of your brightest students are being underserved now, and that's one of those is my son, and so I'm upset about it, and it brought me here today. I need to know what I can do, and I hope that the same passion that you all brought to who can stand in here and rent this room is brought to protecting our kids. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Let's go back there.
No cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanne Colonna? I think she's coming.
Yeah.
And board, I did get a couple.
They're in the lion's den.
That's okay. I did get
Get over here.
Go ahead and state your name and address for the record, please, and you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Joanne Colonna. I live at 4701 Ashton Drive West, St. Cloud, Florida. And I guess I didn't pick the greatest night to come and speak to you because I see we have a full house. But while I'm here, I might as well come and tell you what was on my mind. You know, I've been before this board before, and as you all know, I am very concerned grandparent. I was a parent. When my son went to school, we had our teachers were like our parents. Whatever they said went. They taught them respect for themselves. If it wasn't taught in the house, the teacher taught them. They taught them pride. Today, when that young lady sang the Star Spangled Banner, it touched my heart so that I got goosebumps. Do you think the majority of students today would have that same effect? I don't, because I don't know, there's something missing. There's something missing. We try to take everything that we've learned and we've brought forward away from them. And that brings me to the history of our country. Do you know, the history is there. It's not for you, it's not for I. It's here to learn from. And if it offends you, it's good, because then you know you will not make the same mistake again. We had good history and we had bad history. But you need that comparison to show us what we should continue to do in the schools and what we should not continue to do. I took a little trip and I went down to the Osceola County Development Center. And I've got this little pamphlet, and I would like to leave one with each and every one of you. It's the history of our community. Maybe if we teach our children about the history of our own community to have pride in that, they will have pride in themselves, and they will bring that pride forward as they learn the education that's meant to be taught, not the education that people want to throw down our throats today. And I thank you very much for this. Who can I leave this with?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Megan Carter. And board, I did get finished saying, a couple of people said they couldn't hear, so if we remember when we're talking to speak up.
You know, if you call who's on deck, it might, the next person might be
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Next up will be Laura McAdams. You want to be ready? Good idea. Thank you.
Hi, is this on?
It is.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Megan Carter. My address is 204 Ellsworth Court, Kissimmee, Florida, 34758. I'm here to talk about masks again. I'm not going to read this whole letter, but I will send it to you. The Secretary of Education, that's the U.S. Secretary of Education, wrote a letter to the governor and to Florida's Secretary of Education, basically saying that if your funding is being threatened by the governor, that you can use CARE Act dollars, so that's not an excuse anymore. I'm also here today to read. Is this still on? Okay.
We can hear you.
Sorry.
We can hear you well.
So I also want to read a resignation letter from a teacher in your district, or a former teacher. This was written August 17th today. So to the board members of the school district of Osceola County, my name is Jessica M. Torrance, and after 11 years of teaching, 2 Teacher of the Year awards, and over 1,000 students cared for, I resigned on August 1st, 2021. I could not be here tonight, so my friend is reading this letter in my place so that our community can hear as a fact what many may deny. Last school year was the most challenging of my career. COVID made most people scared and a lot of people sick. The teachers made it work, as teachers do. Hell, we made magic, because that's exactly what teachers do. My students last year were the most aware, considerate, patient, flexible, and kind-hearted I have ever encountered. For that, I am eternally grateful, and I will always look back on those relationships with love and admiration. But none of us should be put in that position. You were accomplices to one of the most dangerous circumstances for school staff, students, and faculty. You sent all of us in there with the bare minimum and fought us at every turn. You had teachers with little to no training doing 2 times the job. You had students rotating in and out of classrooms with little real ability to trace disease. Then you imposed new and more tests on the students. You held teachers and students to unattainable standards, literally impossible given the revolving door of illness in teachers and classrooms and housing situations. That is on you. So when I saw you stand with Governor DeSantis and no masks, when I heard the governor was removing critical race theory, when I heard the governor was opening the state 100%, when I heard the governor was blocking anyone from protecting students and school communities, from protecting the health of their children and families, I knew you'd go right along with it, and you did. My vaccinated husband and unvaccinated son had to survive COVID this summer. How many cases are in Osceola schools already? Do you even know? Are you even tracking? You should be a leader and protector, but you broke under political pressure, which is really me giving you the benefit of the doubt. Let's be real though, you don't deserve it. You did this because you care nothing for the lives in these schools. I have never seen you do anything but protect yourselves. It is sickening and you have no place in your seats.
Ms. Carter.
I know my friend,
Ms. Carter.
I'm almost done. I
Okay,
know my
wrap it
teacher
up.
friends who returned are going to make magic again and they will care for their students. Work closely with them and give them the best education possible. Executive orders be damned. They are the heroes, the lifesavers. They deserve parades and races and benefits and support that you won't give. And they'll martyr themselves for their students, their health, their mental well-being, their finances. I will forever sing their praises and names. They are better than I am. I quit.
Laura McAdams. Ms. McAdams, give us what? Followed by Chelsea Bangan. Please give us your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes, please.
My name is Laura McAdams. My address is 1847 Overcup Avenue in St. Cloud. This is my first time here standing in front of the board. Kind of don't know what to say, but I do know a couple of teachers and parents that I'm here to speak for. So first and foremost, somebody that I know close and dearly has let me know that there's some things being taught and training for teachers regarding gender from kindergarten to 8th grade in the Harmony District, that the training has already occurred. 2 days of training for this gender change being taught to children. I have 3 children of my own. I'm going to be revoking them from school if these things continue. Also, critical race theory, I am on board with getting rid of that. That has also been taught and trained to the teachers. Sadly, some of them are really on board with some of these things, and it's pretty tragic because it's kind of psychologically damaging for little kids. They don't need to be taught this in school. They can learn this after they turn 18 and graduate and live a life, and they learn on their own. This is not something that children should be taught in our public school system, period, end of story. That is a parent's job, not teachers to be teaching, and not a school board made up of 5 members to decide what my children should be learning. Number 2, this mask mandates. I would like to see a lot of the numbers as well. I'm doing a lot of research and digging myself as far as how many deaths are occurring. Like I said, I have 3 children. Last year, they all went to school. None of them wore masks all year long. So they were all perfectly fine from ages 3 to 9 years old, actually now 13 because my oldest just turned 13. And they were all fine. None of them contracted COVID, healthy vitamins, feeding them healthy, making sure they stay active even during lockdown. So I understand there's a lot of concerns for a lot of parents that have children that have other issues health-wise, and they may need to wear their masks, yes, but like DeSantis said, I'm on board for that. Options. Everybody has a choice. We were all given choices. From the beginning of life, when Jesus created humanity, he created it to be of choice. We have a choice to go evil or go good. We have our choices. You either choose to follow God or you choose to follow Satan, one or the other. It's the way he created us human beings to be. I don't know why our government even has to step in to make any choices for us and our children. I should have my choice, and all the other parents that I'm standing here for today is the same thing. We are all on the same page, and there's a lot of parents that cannot be here, but I'm here to speak for them, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Jesse Morgan.
Get out of their phones and listen to it. The public waited 2 hours.
Excuse me, sir, you're out of order. Ruth Nelson, you will be up next, please.
Hi, I'm Chelsea Mangum. Address is 4511 Osceola Avenue South, St. Cloud, Florida, 34772. I'm gonna cry, I'm sorry. Based on what you just said.
Take your time, you're all right.
Okay, I have a kindergartner, just started school. I'm also a nurse practitioner. I work for the corporation that works with the sheriff's office employees and their dependents and all the Osceola County employees and their dependents. So when you're sitting here talking about your SROs being at school and on school campuses, if we don't wear masks, if we don't have adults wearing masks that are spreading this virus, you're not going to have SROs. I see them every day for work comp. Every day. I employ them at work every day. So I want you to keep that in your mind. But I'm more so here for my kindergartner and students. The number of rising cases in children is crazy with the Delta variant right now. Yes, it is rare for a child to die, but it is happening, and 1 death is way too much. And 7 to 8% of those children who get COVID, 12 and under, have long hauler syndrome for the rest of their life that we have seen so far. So that's going to be cardiovascular issues. That's going to be pulmonary issues. That's going to be neurological issues. That's going to be fatigue, chronic fatigue. If you have a 3-year-old, they're not going to be able to play baseball. They're not going to be able to do things because they can't get up and function. So the other thing with it is quarantine and virtual learning, like the gentleman said behind me. I haven't experienced this, I'll be honest, because I have a kindergartner. They were in preschool last year. So I just know that it's not there. And I called many offices over the weekend. I wrote many emails because I was concerned about this. I do have my child in a charter right now. We do not have an SRO. It is in St. Cloud. But also I have contacted the school board, not school board, but the district, saying if I can tour other schools because of that. That's how passionate I am. My school doesn't have a COVID protocol. I know you guys do. So I am trying my hardest to protect my child that I can. That's why I'm here. The other doctors I work with, same thing. They all told me to come. So it's one of those that if you wear your mask, you're not protecting yourself, you're protecting those around you. So my masks, my 2 masks, aren't doing anything for me. They're doing it for you. Because I see sick patients all day, you don't. So I'm wearing 2 masks so I don't give you the germs that I come in contact to you. So the kids that don't wear masks, if they get sick, they're gonna get it, period. Whether my child has a mask on or not, he's gonna be affected by these children and these teachers that do not have masks on. So I'm asking you, if you could please go with what Orange County is doing, what Volusia County is doing, what Seminole County is doing, and saying, yes, the parent has the right, but they have to fill out a form.
Ms. Megan, you need to wrap it up. I'm giving you a little extra time already.
Okay, just to fill out a form to say, yeah, it's an exemption, my child doesn't need to have a mask, but that form needs to be filled out and on campus. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you very much. Ms. Nelson, that'll be followed by Shannon Liberto.
Hello, Ruth Nelson, 1306 Cinda Court, St. Cloud, Florida. First off, I do want to say thank you for acknowledging the teachers and the work that we do. It is a wild roller coaster ride. You are absolutely right. I will be approaching 25 years in January here with Osceola County. That's not counting the years that I've brought in. I've taught everything from ESE pre-K all the way up to high school currently right now. What I want to say is the rumors that are out here about talks that you are all having on salaries, the amount of money that you're saying could possibly be being brought to the board for teachers. Me as a veteran teacher coming up on 25 years, the max that I'm going to be able to possibly get is $650. I'd like to break that down. $650 divided by 52 weeks in the year is $12.50 a week. After my taxes is $9.75 a week, which averages about $39 a month. I'm a 2-time cancer survivor, you guys know that. I come here usually with insurance issues and health center issues. I'm not dealing with that tonight. However, what I'm saying is, Mr. Arguello, thank you for putting in for more money. This being approved for after school, I'd like to say, let's remember one thing, that teachers are superheroes. We have personal families, we have lives too, but we also need to respect our boundaries and pay us for the extra time that we put in. We need these extra hours to make sure that we meet with our PLC. We're getting the time in. We are educating these children to the right level. What happened to the rainy day fund? Why do we have such a high percentage in there that we're not willing to use for our teachers for those raises? The $1,000 that Governor DeSantis came and sent to us, that's from him. Please don't use that $1,000 in considering raises for us. Now, you see I don't have a mask. It's because I'd like to say a quote here from Onagawa. What's right for you may not be right for me. What's right for me may not be right for you. But what is not right for either of us is being stripped of the freedom to choose what is right for ourselves. So, if we do what that lady before me asked, to follow Orange County, the other counties, where there is a mandate, but we're allowing parents to fill out a form that says their student is not going to be wearing a mask. Those of you that know me, I usually end on a sad note. But I'd like to present a note from my parents. And it says, Dr. Pace and school board members, We are writing to say that we are backing up our daughter Ruth Nelson's decision to not wear a mask to and in school. She hasn't worn a mask since the school year started. Thank you, and it is formally signed by them. And if you'd like a copy of it, I am more than happy to give it to you. I have many immune systems that are down. I have lots of issues. I've talked with medical professionals. Please don't mandate that I have to have a mask. We're losing teachers left and right. It'd be sad that we have to lose more because we're not giving us the freedom to choose. That's all I'm asking. Think about that, and please help us with raises, folks.
Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you.
Next up, Sharon. And followed by her will be Jeff Weiss.
Good evening. Believe it or not, I had this whole thing worked up, but I'm just gonna talk out from my heart. I'm not originally from here. I just moved to Florida. I've lost 8 family members, including my mother, to COVID. I lost my father as well. I lost my father first, I lost my mother 5 months later. My mother was helping me raise my 2 children. I moved to Florida with the intent to have a better opportunity for my kids, because now that I was on my own, I needed a way to support my kids, so I worked for Disney. So with that being said, I'm all about the mandates. When you become a parent, you put your own selfish needs aside to worry about your kids. How can you be so selfish as to say, you know what, my kid can go to school without a mandate is optional. Okay, it's one thing if you don't want to wear a mask, that's fine. Your body, your choice. But when you're actively putting your children in school with other kids, including my kids, I have an older one who goes to Celebration High and a young one who goes to Westside Elementary. You're now putting my children at risk, okay? And for somebody who has dealt 2 years with losing 8 family members, including my mother, I need that mask mandate, even if it's just for me. I can't and will not afford to lose anybody else because they are choosing not to get their children mandated. Okay, if there was a vaccine for younger kids, I would be signing my younger son up for it. My 16-year-old has gotten vaccinated, but that is besides the point. There are multiple parents in this district who feel the same way. If you don't want to wear a mask as an adult, that's fine. You're taking that as an adult as your choice. But when you're making your kids decide, let me tell you, I've seen more kids with masks, despite their parents, than actual adults. Because you're not only putting yourself at risk, you're putting me at risk, okay? And I'll be darned if I'm going to lose any more family members because y'all are being selfish. So I'm begging, I'm pleading with y'all, okay? Make the children wear a mask. If they don't want to wear a mask, have a mandate, have a notice, whatever they need. But I want to make sure my kids are covered, because let me tell you, I've gotten threats saying that I need to move back out of state, I need to put my kids in virtual school. Trust me, if that was an option, I would do it. But the virtual schools are max capacity right now. So I don't have that option, okay? So as a single parent, I need to work. I need to work and take care of my kids. And how can I do that if y'all are asking me to send them to school without a mandate? Knowing full and well, in the 3 or 4 days that they've been there have been 30 cases through Osceola, or even more, okay? So I'm asking you, I'm begging you, please, make the children wear a mask. Because for my safety, for my kids' safety, because I don't want to lose anybody else. I've already lost enough family members, and I don't want to lose any more, including my kids. I've already lost my mother. Please don't do that to me. I'm begging. And I'm just one voice, but ask yourself this one specific question. Are you really ready to risk burying your children like I buried my family, my mother, my father? Are you really ready to risk burying your family members because you don't want to make them wear a mask? Ask yourself that. And if the answer is yes, you're okay with it, fine, so be it. But for somebody like me who's fighting for her kids and fighting for other children's and other kids, we deserve to have some sort of protection that will cover our kids.
You need to wrap it up.
Plain and simple. I want a mandate. I want some sort of mandate. I want some sort of idea knowing that my kids are going to be safe. Because if not,
We hear you. Thank you.
I'm going to have to change and figure out what I'm going to do.
Thank you.
That's it.
Next up will be Jeff Weiss, followed by Tamika Lyles. Weiss, give us your name, address for the record, and you have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jeff Weiss. I live at 3221 Falcon Point Drive in Kissimmee, Florida, 34741. I'd like to start this evening by thanking Dr. Pace for her comments about masks. This is what I'm here to speak about. My son is 6 years old. He's attending first grade in a charter school in Kissimmee. We did virtual school last year, kindergarten. I graduated with him. It was a long and arduous task, but we got there together.
Hopefully he did his homework.
Right. I will tell you, it was encouraging to see the school board take that step. It was very disappointing to see that that was not necessarily an option for us this year. As others have mentioned, there's a waiting list for that. So I went to, my son, first of all, was very excited to go to school. Obviously, it's his first time on campus. It should be a joyous time. It should be an exciting time. Instead, it's a terrifying time for those students under the age of 12 who are not eligible to get a vaccine, are not eligible to get protection against COVID-19. We went to meet the teacher 2 Saturdays ago. Again, great experience. We started to walk out the building. My 6-year-old turns to me and says, "Dad, I'm scared of going to school. I would rather eat by myself in the cafeteria than be exposed or potentially put myself in a position where I could catch COVID-19. Now, of course, I'm paraphrasing for you, so I do apologize for that. Last year, my school had a mask mandate in place. We had 11 classroom quarantines, including the closure of the entire middle school for 2 weeks due to COVID-19. That was with a mask mandate in place. Currently, as of this date, over 3 million U.S. citizens have died of COVID-19. The CDC, the World Health Organization, and other qualified medical professionals and scientists tell us that masks slow the spread of COVID-19. As of this morning, it was 5,600 Hillsborough County students are in quarantine. As of this evening, it's now 8,000, right? On August 13th, 800 physicians, pediatricians across the state of Florida sent an open letter to the governor asking him to rescind his mask mandate ban. Currently, there's a mask mandate which is optional in Orange County. Only 4% of all students in Orange County have opted out of that mask mandate. That tells me that is something that's a viable option for us here in Osceola County. As someone has already mentioned, the Department of Education, Secretary Cordona, has said that we can use public funds, federal funds, to supplement anything that the governor has taken away from this school board. The lack of a mask mandate represents a clear and present danger to the safety and well-being of those individuals who cannot protect themselves, those individuals under the age of 12 who don't have the option to get a vaccine. We need to do everything we can to protect them. If not, the conversation that I have with my son that I had today is every day. I don't ask him how his day was. I don't ask him what he learned. I ask him, was he safe? That is a horrible, horrible place to be as a parent in a public educational system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. Next up, Tamika Lyles. I saw her earlier. Is she here?
Yeah.
Okay, and followed by Debbie Mann will be next. Slide will do the drill, 3 minutes, and give us your name. Your address is protected.
Good evening, I'm Tamika Lyles. My address is protected. I'm a citizen here in Osceola County. And I decided to come here tonight because I wanted to do something a little bit different. I usually come in here and I'm telling you the issues within the community and I'm asking you to make changes. But tonight, I want to know why. Why are you not making changes? I want to know with 170 students at OVS on a waiting list, my son, number 134, who we're not sending to face-to-face learning but have no other options. Why are you not implementing digital learning? Just what are you doing with the CARES Act money that is given to you specifically for that? What is being done? Why are these students out here with no options? No options. 8,400 students today in Hillsborough County have tested positive for COVID or they're in quarantine right now, right next door. Well, I would love to tell you what our numbers are here in Osceola County, but the last time I checked, the district website said that that information was unavailable. So I ask of you tonight, why is that information unavailable? How are we as parents supposed to make decisions, informed decisions about our children when we don't have all of the correct information being given to us, not provided to us? The CDC says that 55 children between the age of 0 and 17 are admitted daily between the dates of August the 7th and August 13th. Why haven't you all implemented a mask mandate? Why? These babies are sick. None of us as parents want to see our children in hospitals, on ventilators. We don't know if they're going to get well or not. We don't know. My son has severe asthma. I can't take a chance on him having COVID. I can't take that chance. Last year as a teacher, I stood before you and I begged and pleaded of you. And then I took it back home. I got it and I took it back home to the very two people I cherished the most, who I was trying to keep safe. My son and my mother, who is immune compromised at home with lupus. I took it back to him and my mother almost died. Now we have a room again of teachers begging and pleading to protect students and protect these teachers. So I say to you tonight, in closing, you have a duty. Each one of you, elected officials, you have a duty to provide a safe learning environment for these students. You do, and you have failed. You have failed my child. You have failed many of the others that are on that list of 170 students. You failed them. You have failed them. Offer at least a digital option and let these babies learn at home. If they cannot go inside the classroom, give them an option. You owe that to them.
Next up is Debbie Mann, will be followed by Christy Ray. There she is. Okay, give us your name and address for the record. You have
Hi,
3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Debbie Mann. I have lived in 34771 zip code for 27 years, and I've been a teacher in Osceola School District for 17 years. I want to thank you for the good things that you do and the things that you have done, but I feel that there's one thing where you missed the mark. Let me start off by saying, tell me that you're not going to mandate the vaccine shot without saying that you're mandating the vaccine shot. Well, that's very easy. Let's just treat people differently based on whether they got the shot or whether they don't get the shot. That's coercion, and it's wrong, and we all know it. I've got, just at lunch today, I knew I was coming here tonight, and after school walking out, I said, you know what, I'm going to type up this sentence. I do not agree with school district personnel being treated differently based on their personal health choices. People I passed, if you want to sign it, go ahead. If not, that's okay. In less than 30 minutes, I got 52 signatures. That's just at my school. That's just at my small school. Okay, so for example, we've got a teacher. She's already used all of her days. She emailed the district and said, what am I going to do? I've used all of my days, so now, since I have not been vaccinated, if I have to be out, if you tell me I have to quarantine, or if I get sick and I have to be out, I have to take time off without pay. Pay 10 days without pay for teachers, I mean, that's half a month of pay. That's quite a bit. The reply was, we're very sorry for your situation, but we will give you board leave to get your vaccination. That's coercion. Staff member today had her high school daughter told by her teacher at the high school, if you get vaccinated, you won't have to quarantine, you won't BQP. If you get vaccinated, you won't have to quarantine if you're exposed. That's coercion. Okay, so say you have a single mom, single dad that's a teacher in this district. They've used up all their days. Okay, so now they wake up with a sore throat, they think they might be sick, they have to decide,
Do I do the right thing? Do I call in? Do I go get a test? Or I'm not running a fever, I really gotta make that car payment this month, I gotta buy groceries, I gotta pay the mortgage. It'll be fine, I'll just go to work. You should not want to put your teachers in that position. If you can pay these teachers paid time off for being sick, you can pay these teachers paid time off for being sick. If people want to get the COVID shot or they need to get it, they should get it. If people don't want to get it, don't need to get it, they shouldn't have to. Just like the masks. So I was, and if we want to hold people accountable, we don't want people to abuse the system. If it's a school mandated quarantine, okay, that counts. If you test positive for COVID, okay, that counts. It can be like last year with the CARES Act. You get a one-time use, you get 10 days, that's the best we can do. Okay, but,
time's up, just.
okay, I'm almost done, but we need something. So, I had several questions I will skip for now. But we sat through a training on equity last week for 3 hours. We just want to know, where is our equity? Where is it? Where's our equity? Our expectation is that the teachers and the staff of the school district will be treated like a valuable commodity. We believe in you, and we feel that if you guys think really hard, you can fix this.
Thank you. Next up, Christy Ray, followed by Anthony Davis.
Hello, Christy Ray, 2401 South Summerlin. Don't tell anyone I live in Orlando. Thank you for this time on board, and I'm actually here for Dr. Pace. All of us are here for Dr. Pace. Surprise! We're just here to thank her for her steadfast leadership. I've worked under 5 superintendents, some of them great, some of them with a lot of room for improvement, but I have never worked for a superintendent who is so focused on children. I've been on the receiving end of a tough conversation. She's also I've been on the receiving end of praise and of her picking me up by my bootstraps and saying, get up and go do your job. She's walked in and she's helped kindergartners learn their letter B, and then she goes into the middle school class and she'll help them solve an algebra problem that I was Googling on the side because I couldn't solve it. So she is, and not for the pictures that you stick on Twitter. I've been with superintendents who want to take the pictures so that they can post on Twitter. She truly believes in her students. She truly believes in her leaders. And you've heard the things that she is dealing with. There are no right answers. There really aren't. There are vehement people on both sides that feel so passionately, and it's such an incredibly hard time. And all of us just want you to know that we are here for you and how much we appreciate you. And when you're evaluating somebody, you listen to the people they serve. And Dr. Pace, we 100% stand behind you and appreciate you. So.
Anthony Davis. Please, I see your address is protected. If you would give us your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
My name is Anthony Neves. I am a 15-year resident of Osceola County, Florida, in the Buenaventura Lake section of Kissimmee. I want to express my disappointment in all of you, the Osceola School Board and Florida schools in general. My son has been left behind. He has been forgotten. Today, my son was withdrawn from his school to select the homeschool option, the only option that is available to him. Since the age of 2, he has been evaluated by educational psychologists, speech therapists, occupational therapists, behavior therapists, physical therapists, teachers, and countless teacher assistants that have come up with the best educational plan to fit him. Almost 6 of the 7 years of his life lost in a day once we submit this form. This is the form. Years of evaluation, guidance, and tons of pages that make his IEP virtually thrown away. And I'm sure similar situations are occurring to thousands of other parents throughout the state of Florida. It was so easy to withdraw him from school, but so difficult to get him into the school that has served him, as of now, the best. 5 minutes to withdraw, 6 years of evaluations, pretty much gone. He goes from having a team of professionals, educational therapists, and teachers to a homeschool option. Now, as parents, we wait to see if a hybrid option will ever be offered until a vaccine comes along. Until then, you have all let the children with disabilities in the state of Florida down. On another note, because I have a minute left, it's shameful what I see here. And I do see a lack of my diaspora, the Puerto Rican diaspora. Many of your counties in Buenaventura Lakes, in Ponciana, they don't know what's going on. They don't know that we have the largest ethnic group in the entire county, and our children are being sent to schools when they're unvaccinated, unable to mask. My child has no concept that we are in a pandemic. He has no concept that what social distancing is. Now, this is a voice for the voiceless, because my child has no voice. He's without voice. And everyone here, I hear people, I see people on social media feeds clamoring on your Christian faith. This is something that I am not applauding. And for those of you that believe in a higher being or Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, this is something that you really need to check where your morals are at. I am the father of a 7-year-old child that has been left behind. No other option has been made available to him under our circumstances. So we're going to do what we have to do. But I will make sure, and I will make it my business to let the Puerto Rican people of Osceola County, once and for all, recognize what goes on behind the doors of this school district. Because my word is engraved in 35 to 40 years of my life. I'm only 47. I'll make it known who's who. For those of you that continue to not wear a mask in my presence, it's on record. We know who you are. Thank you very much.
Raylene Ketchum, followed by Pony Pictain.
Good evening. I'm Raylene Ketchum, 3355 West Shore Drive in St. Cloud. And I'm here to just speak briefly for Deborah Pace, Dr. Pace. But I will tell you, I don't typically come to these meetings. And I was a little shocked. It's a very contentious atmosphere. I was not expecting that. And so rather than talk about things that I'm against, let's talk about things we're for. Robert, I want to thank you for the Boys and Girls Club. That is a very positive aspect that we're moving forward in St. Cloud, where we can actually help children. They need a safe haven. They need a place where they can belong and learn and have positive role models. So that's very exciting. Leadership can be described as leading, influencing, guiding, or helping others become their best selves. That, to me, is the biggest part of leadership, helping others achieve their goals, and you might achieve successes in the meantime. To me, Dr. Pace epitomizes the stellar leadership. What she has gone through from as far back as being principal at Poinciana High School and leading those teachers, her coworkers, the children through such difficult times as she did, keeping their morale up, and then just hearing the passion in parents and teachers on mask or no mask. There are just as many studies for non-mask wearing as there are in favor of. There are many studies. So fortunately, we live in a country that we still get the right to choose. And that's something that I think we really need to cherish and hold dear to. We don't have to be mandated on all our decisions. But yet we do have options, whether it's virtual school or wear a mask or not wear a mask. Those are options. But also, and this is directed at Mr. Osceola, I don't know you at all, but I happened to see an article that you wrote today, and I was very disheartened. I felt like many of your statements, if not all of them, were unfounded. And it was very unfortunate because we do have a stellar leader. And I think when you mention we have 8,000 teachers, 80,000 children, well, just witnessing.
Raylene, just talk, don't direct it at anybody.
Okay, if you can't keep a consensus or a positive environment within a small group such as this, how would you do that with such a large school district? I know parents are tough, we're tough. Students, it is a thankless job, so I thank you all for taking your time. I did tell Mr. Ronan, if I ever mention the idea of running for school board, just stop me. Because it is a thankless job. I do appreciate your time and thank you.
Tony, quick name? Is there anybody outside? Can anybody see coming this way? Okay. And last on the list is Mr. Larry Allen.
I always feel like I have to run up here because people are tired. Larry Allen, 722 Mavett, and I just want to start off with something positive. The calendar committee is being reconvened thanks to Dr. Pace and Tom Phelps and all the teachers and people that supported us last school board meeting by showing up. And I appreciate that you heard what was being said. And hopefully this time around we'll have some meaningful conversation, not just check a box, so we can say we did that and move on. Because the people on the ground, they really understand what goes into teaching our kids to the best of their abilities. Moving on, I want to go ahead and I guess applaud you all for coming up with or trying to anticipate the different situations. You have letters here ready to go out to parents, whether or not your child is directly exposed or indirectly exposed or indirectly, is this thing on? Because it doesn't sound like it. Okay, great.
I can hear you.
Or indirectly exposed off campus. But I think maybe I got confused because somewhere it says you need to be tested on day 5, you can do PCR, but if it's negative, then they may leave quarantine by day 4. That doesn't seem to make sense to me. So maybe we ought to give it another once over to make sure everything's right. And there's also some confusion when you talk to the district about vaccinated versus unvaccinated kids and having a mask and not having a mask and who has to quarantine. The stories don't seem to match up with some of the stories I'm hearing coming out of the school. So maybe there's a briefing with all the administrators and there's some miscommunication. So maybe we need to hit that again. How much time? Oh, I got plenty of time. Plenty of time.
Somebody else's alarm.
Scary. So we ought to take a look at that again. Recently, the NEA, the National Education Association, and the AFT both put out statements on COVID procedures. It doesn't really talk about, we should have a mask mandate or everybody should be vaccinated. It seems that my takeaways were that we should follow the science and you should consult your healthcare professional so you and your family can make the best decision. I'll keep my personal opinions to myself about that. Another takeaway was teachers, ESPs, they really must be part of this process on figuring out how we're going to handle it when someone does test positive or they are exposed. So we need to be at the table because, again, the people on the ground, they're actually dealing with it. And lastly, one of the other takeaways was, as teachers, we definitely want our kids in school. We want to keep the learning going. Now, 4 seconds, I'll keep my comments to myself. I was going to step out of my union hat and talk as an individual, but I don't have time. Thank you for what you do. I don't want your job either.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. That concludes the. Okay. Bring it up, Mr. Meechan, and same deal. Give us your name, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Mike Meechan. My address is 7260 Desert Mandarin Street in Winter Garden, Florida. I'm currently the principal of the year in Osceola County, and I also served as the principal at Point Siena High School previously, a job that Dr. Pace held before I did. And it was some of the most rewarding work that I've ever done. And there's been some comments tonight just about leadership in general that I want to talk about because I've done that work. And they're bothersome. So, school like Point Siena High School, when I was there, 52% of kids come in 9th grade reading below grade level. There's some phenomenal educators that are there. My role as principal, they're on the front lines. My job is to support them in anything they need me to do, break down barriers for them to do the work. And that work is ridiculously difficult. While I was there, we increased graduation rate by 8 percentage points. That's huge. Ridiculously difficult task. But there's been some blanket statements tonight about, holding up a list of schools that have some phenomenal leaders: Henry, Jeff, Misty, Mike, Wendy, Gary, Audie today. And these people spend more than 13, 14 hours a day building up staff and building up students and building up school cultures to overcome deficits that many of you will never understand. And it is it's really easy to write op-eds, and it's easy to hold up a list of school grades, but I would encourage each of you as board members to go and visit your campuses, because there are things that happen on those campuses every single day that are not measured in a school grade. And you have to go see it. So we need to build each other up, particularly over the past 17 months, and support each other. And keep the focus on kids.
All right, I think that concludes the public. Going once, going twice, gone. Brings us to Mr. Peppenbach.
I have 4 items. Excuse me.
What did I? 17, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, that is the evaluation, sorry.
I'll do
keep me straight.
Get 3 routine things out of the way first. I was directed to file an Attorney General opinion request regarding the authority of the school board to compel law enforcement to have law enforcement officers in the schools. And the AG has added a requirement. I'd ask you at this time, by motion, to authorize Mr. Thacker as chairman to sign a letter I will prepare representing that. The board is requesting this. And
They're having a hard time hearing, if you could speak up.
Yeah. The board is requesting that I file with the Attorney General for this opinion. So I need a motion to authorize the chairman to sign it.
And this is for clarification, if.
Do we have authority regarding compelling local law enforcement to put SROs in the schools versus if they decide to opt out of that?
I second that motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Aguirre, second by Mr. Melendez. Let me make sure I understand. The motion is to authorize me to sign the Attorney General request, correct?
He needs a motion from the board
Right.
guiding him to do it.
Is the motion
to authorize you to sign the letter
me to sign it?
representing that the board has requested that I get the opinion.
Is that right? Any other further discussion on that? Hearing none, board. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0.
Second item, and Mr. Arguello may bring it up later, On Friday, I was alerted to the fact that there was a piece written online regarding a parent who's running for office, and it referenced the student of the parent's child, and issues regarding that student at school and discipline. That student, in fact, came before the board, first in an expulsion hearing and then to the board. I want to remind the board, and I'll be preparing a form on this, the board and the staff, that the confidentiality of a student is sacrosanct, right? In all my years, you can have all the fights in the world, but you never use a student or a kid, period. They're off limits. Somehow, this leaked out or got out. When I was alerted on Friday, I started investigating it, and I continued to work through that, right? I also will be preparing and recommending that we have each hearing officer, the staff who handles the hearings, all sign a confidentiality document understanding that, and then understand that the only privileged people to knowing those matters or outcomes are the superintendent, whoever she designates to deal with it, and the principal or the appropriate educators. The educators know, you just don't talk about kids elsewhere. So I will peel this onion back, but I can tell you that I heard, before this ever came out, from people commenting to me about it, that I was like, really? So it could have come from any source. It could have come from one of our people. It could have come from the student talking. It could have come from the parent talking. We don't know, but I'm going to dig and make sure it never happens again.
Mr. Arguello, I know you had a question, and this was the second, I think this is the second one of your things. I don't know if you're going to roll that into the same.
Would you like me to? If you'd like me to, then I'll do it now. If
Go
not,
ahead,
then I'll wait until the end.
We're having that conversation. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I just want to clarify this. That's a lawyer's way of saying that someone leaked information regarding a student based on the fact that his parent was running for office. Someone took it upon themselves to leak confidential information regarding a student to hurt someone who is running for office. If that's not the definition of the most dirty politics I have ever seen, or anyone else I'd like to know another example of, I'm going to repeat that again. Someone leaked information regarding a student, a minor, to fight against someone who is running for office. That is despicable. And so my motion is to request an investigation into who leaked that information regarding that student. I think that, and that really, you're mentioning that it may be a student, right? It could have been the student, or it could have been.
I don't know who it could be, so I'm not accusing anyone.
All right, and I'm not accusing anyone either, but I will say that it's very likely, according to the person who printed the article, it was someone with the school board. So that's according to the periodical that put the information out there. According to them, someone from the school board leaked information regarding someone who's running for office is minor child. If that's not absolutely disturbing, then I don't know what is. People talk about leadership, but it came from one thing. It either came from the school or it came from the politicians who are before you right now. And that to me is, I mean, it may be criminal, I don't know, but it is certainly shame on us. Shame on us for that to happen. I can't, but it's hard to fathom that we are so petty that someone, somewhere within our system, leaked information regarding this child.
Mr. Arguello, I will be conducting a very thorough investigation on this and report back to the board.
Before I make the motion, I would just like to say one more thing, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
There's a big difference between a grown man who's a politician, like myself, or Mr. Thacker, or a woman, Mrs. Castillo, Ms. Castillo, or Mr. Melendez, or Mr. Bass. It's a whole other thing to attack the family or a minor child. this is obviously become a contact sport, okay? And it has always been a contact sport. You just have not been exposed to it so much, the public, I mean, not you in the room. Now, to do this it goes beyond any sense of decorum. Anyone can complain about the behavior of men, but when you start attacking children, that's the true person who really is showing their colors. That's all. With that, I motion that we have an investigation.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. There's already an investigation launched. Is it necessary to have a?
That's kind of where I was going too.
Is it the letter that you're?
Yeah, because you're doing a full.
I intend to conduct a full
Okay.
Is it a
investigation.
formal investigation?
I consider it a formal investigation that I've opened. When I was notified on Friday that this student's rights to privacy, et cetera, may have been violated, I intend to try and find out, because it's not gonna happen again.
Now, will we have an executive session to discuss the results since there may
No.
be classified information on there?
We can have an executive session, but you would see, any discussion would be redacting anything about the student. It would be about adults.
I guess that would be the only need for motion is the output of it. Do you want to create an executive session so that way all the board
You
members
can't.
can hear the information at the same time?
I'm gonna report back, no, the law would not allow us to do it in private.
So you'll report here.
Yeah, I will report back to the full board. I will only be talking about what I've learned or not learned regarding adult behavior. There's really no need to ever talk about the student.
Well, it may be redundant. The formality here is whether or not you are ordered to do so by the board, or whether or not you do it as our attorney. For me, that formality is meaningful. I think it's important for us as a board to request that you make an investigation, that you begin an investigation to the process. So moved.
So we're seconding that you continue the investigation you've already started? Great, let's do it.
Okay, I'll second that, that's fine.
Yeah, no, I think I did.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Did you do it? Okay.
I did.
Wait, do you want to?
Okay. I'm gonna state what I think the motion is, correct me if I'm wrong. The motion by Mr. Arguello, second by Mr. Castillo.
Mr.
Ms. Castillo. I don't know what I said. Ms. Castillo, to have the attorney continue or proceed forward with the investigation into the leak on the child, leak of information on the child.
That's close enough.
Close enough. Any other further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign, motion carries 5-0. Frank, I don't think you're done yet, are you, Frank?
Sunshine Law, I want to ask, or specifically advise the board, that if you are generating emails, I would ask that you not copy, either individually or as a group, other board members. If you have an email that you would like shared with another board member, if you'd send it to Tanya and me, we will vet it to make sure that it doesn't happen, and we'll send it out on your behalf, but it's just far too easy to bang up against the Sunshine Law when you're thinking you're doing something really good, but you don't realize what you're talking about will be coming before you want to vote, and somebody can twist it and use it against you. So if you could follow that, we're safe. And now you can adjourn the meeting.
What, we still have,
We got 18 more things down there.
The last item, I have received 4 of the 5 evaluations from board members. Let me state up front, I will not release these evaluations till I get the 5th board member's evaluation. I am doing that, one, because the evaluation process is not completed, and I will not put any of my board members in the position to say that they looked at the other evaluations before they did theirs and there was any kind of taint in that evaluation. As of right now, I can tell you that the majority of the board has stated that Dr. Pace is performing either satisfactorily in every area or above that. board member who had issues. I would ask that we discuss the evaluations tonight till I get the last one and we agenda it for the next meeting.
We're gonna have it by the next meeting.
Yes, that way we've complied with the contract. And as soon as I get the last one, it's gonna be disseminated to you all, to Dr. Pace, and it will be public at that point.
All right, very good. Anything else?
I just thank each of you for your patience in working on this. The last item, the Boys and Girls Club.
I just wanted to add something to that, if at all possible. I'm sitting here thinking, I'm looking at all the people who come out in support. It's tough being elected to this position in the middle of a pandemic. And it has been, drinking from a fire hose is probably an understatement, because you're trying to understand the district while also learning about how to do distance learning. And I think all of us in this room had to cross some big hurdles. And so when I was working on my evaluation, I was not looking at it as just Dr. Pace, because Dr. Pace, obviously, I've heard some of the principals refer to
We
you.
have the sunshine if we continue down this discussion.
I would not go into the terms of your evaluation.
Oh, okay, thank you, Mr. Clay, my apologies. In terms of her contractual agreement,
Yes.
is it possible that we put that on the agenda as well? Because I have the confidence in our leadership, and I would like to at least offer, I don't know what you accept.
That's still,
Yeah,
it's
what I'm
part of
here-
the portion of the
I
evaluation.
will get with you, whatever you want, we will put on new business. So rather than go into.
My apologies, this is, again, this is the learning curve, so I'm sorry.
Just for
you've ignited.
clarification purposes, are we pulling 17.01 and tabling it?
No, I reported on 17.01, it doesn't require a motion.
But the discussion is tabled till the following, right?
But
Because we can't have
the
discussion
discussion
tonight.
is tabled to the following, and Mr. Bass, to the extent you want something added in that discussion of that, get with me and we will make it part of it. And on the Boys and Girls Club, so you know, I contacted their attorney in Orlando who represents the overall Boys and Girls Club. They had not given him any details. I got with Rhonda Blake, and Rhonda did a great job. We've given them everything they need to know. Got the building, everything, and so we look forward to working out an appropriate agreement.
We're looking forward to it. The location is perfect, it's walking distance to the school, and it's right across the street from a park. It really fit the need. Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Chairman,
All right.
unless there's questions.
Let's keep this thing moving. I think everybody's wearing down, maybe I'm just speaking for myself. Next on the list is the cafeteria monitor, Mr. Bass.
All right, really quick, I know everybody wants to get out here. I've been making my rounds.
We'll take the time to discuss it, but
I'm sorry.
we'll move.
Okay. Been making my rounds, meeting with my principals, and like I said earlier, it seemed like cafeteria monitors was something of great importance for the elementary. Now I'm talking about elementary. From what I understand, we used to have cafeteria monitors, but they were funded through food services. Then the state stepped in and says we can no longer fund through food services, so there goes the cafeteria monitors. And with that being said, then obviously kids need to be monitored, so that falls in the lap of the leadership. So our principals and APs and deans and coaches are now having to monitor the little munchkins and taking out trash and opening up milk cartons, and they're glad to do it. But it pulls them in so many different directions because they have meetings or they have other things on campus that they need to address, and it's just pulling them in so many directions. So I was just going to see if we could, I went with Sarah, talked with Sarah, finding how much would it cost to fund at least just one. Now, we'll start off with one, across the district in the elementary schools. So Sarah, could you at least provide that amount, if at all possible?
Do you have it at your fingertips? My computer actually died and I don't
It's
have it at my
approximately
fingertips.
$250,000 to add one cafeteria manager to all of our elementary and K-8 schools.
And we talk about return on investment a lot of times too, and I'm thinking, we've got principals that we're paying a lot of money to and a lot of APs, and we're spending 4 hours, or what's your lunch hours usually run? 3, 4? About 3 hours, and they're spending all their time there, and they could be doing other things that would be more beneficial to the school as a whole. So that's Huh? Is that, yeah, so I would move that, I'm gonna make the motion, I would move that we appropriate that for the cafeteria monitors for all elementary schools.
The only thing I'm gonna ask is, this was just.
NK8, my apologies, NK8, my apologies, NK8.
This was just added today, Frank. Should we put this on for business at the next meeting? Since we're really probably not supposed to vote on motions.
Members of the board, I apologize because I've always been trying to make sure you can get done what you need get done, but really on new business, if we're gonna have motions, unless the chairman determines there's an emergency, we need to either put it on the agenda as an item that's gonna be voted on or move it to the next meeting for the vote.
Okay, well then, I guess I want to follow protocol, so we'll put it on the next agenda as a formal line item, so. We're almost there, folks.
Now, we require an amendment to the budget specifically for that, or?
Probably so, yeah.
Actually, I have a question for Mr. Tuffenbacher. Since at the next board meeting, we are bringing the final budget, do we essentially have board direction to incorporate that and then they'll approve it as
I
part
think
of the
you've got
budget?
probably a consensus,
We can
and
ask
everybody kind of
questions,
nods,
you can.
we want to do this. So probably see if you can find it in the budget to get it in.
Yeah, put it in there.
So thank you, board.
So I probably need you had a motion and a second, but I just need to withdraw.
I'll just rescind that motion and just.
But you're requesting that the item be on the
Be on
next
the
I want
next
it to be on the
agenda,
next agenda,
and,
yes, yes.
No question about that.
Well, we'll deal with it.
Next on the item, just going through I'm sorry, Ms. Castillo. Ms. Castillo, I said it.
Thank you. I was just going to let Robert know that I would not be voting on that because I wouldn't have had enough time to look at it.
You're right.
We've already addressed it. Just in general, I get very uneasy when I have to vote on things that I haven't seen. So, I know the board will do what the board will do, but if we can have that courtesy, because I really just wanna know
You're right.
what my vote is actually.
My apologies on that.
No, I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, Robert, instead of a separate motion, I believe from the look of Dr. Pace, it'll be brought back as part of the budget.
Part of the
But
budget.
So you'll approve it.
But as a courtesy to what Ms. Castillo is saying, if Sarah can draft like what that impact is to the budget, like what that amendment is, then we can look at, what's being impacted by that.
Thanks, Sarah.
Okay. Next on the item, the order is Mr. Arguello's request for school grades.
Yes.
Is what I had as a note.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am requesting school grades. There was a hold harmless this year. The teachers were requested to administer the exams, right, FSAs, as well as the administrators. I think that in terms of information, we need to know where the schools are. It can only help when nobody has any penalties, right? So there's no penalties being levied regarding the grades, but we should know how they fell. To hide this information from the public is two disservices. For one, we don't get the information, and number two, we're hiding something from the public that the public should have access to. And it's just not something that somebody mentioned that it's easy to ask for grades. Well, it's not easy to ask for grades. It's mandatory. The public would want to know. There's no reason for us to hide anything from the public as a government entity. The information is for them to decide their policy, then the public comes to us and the public demands what they want us to do. And so for us not to have the grades, it's just an act of cowardice on behalf of the school district. We should know, just like we should know all the information. And we should not be in a role where we're hiding this information and publicizing this information instead. That is called PR. And obviously, I'm not sure if anybody's been paying attention, I'm not interested in PR. What I'm interested in is changing, okay? I'm interested in changing the process, changing the views, changing the amount of trust and transparency that the school district has with the public, not necessarily within ourselves. I think that it's going to be hard pressed to find that the public says, nah, we don't want the school grades. That's not going to happen. So the fact is we're here responsible for a mission, right? And the mission, the responsibility is to the public. And it's not easy to come up here and fight against the majority. It's actually difficult. But I'm going to continue to do so in my good conscience as long as, until my next election, obviously. So I'd like to request consensus from the school board to request the school grades.
Ms. Castillo,
Have the grades been released already? Dr. Pace? Okay,
Okay. Mr. Melendez and Dr. Pace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I respectfully disagree with my colleague on the left. During the beginning of the school year, we actually lobbied the government to hold our schools harmless this year. The environment and the conditions aren't the same. This is a pandemic, so I cannot hold somebody accountable and publish something that when this isn't normal. We had students, I remember last year, we were at spring break. They were literally on a vacation, and in 2 days, whack, all of a sudden, everything had to go change digital, completely online. It's a fact, it's a miracle that we even just finished the school year. So, I agree with my hardworking staff over here, and when we went to Tallahassee, or when they came to us to discuss what were our priorities, we actually lobbied to hold harmless and let this year just kind of be a year. Now, what I did understand when I spoke with Dr. Pace earlier was that those who did perform better than the norm, they got to know what their grade was. So the reality is, the individual students know their grade. Like my son, he took the FSA, and I know the grade that he got. If my son did not perform well in that school, then I would seek advice of that teacher and say, hey, what can we do to move that student forward? Because at the end of the day, it's not about politicizing it with a grade, it's about moving the student's progress to make sure that they continue to
Ms. Thacker and Mr. Arguello, again, with all due respect, I just want to make sure that we all understand what we're talking about here. As Mr. Melendez pointed out, this board chose as a legislative priority 6 months ago to ask the state to provide a hold harmless standard for our students who are graduating, retention decisions, teachers with VAM, as well as school grades, understanding the conditions of the pandemic. But it's deeper than that. Our elementary school grade would be made up of 7 components: proficiency in reading, or ELA, math, and science, and then learning gains. Learning gains for reading, learning gains for math, learning gains for FSA reading out of the lowest 25%, and FSA math out of the lowest 25%. So 4 out of the 7 categories of a school grade would be dependent on a very small number of students. Only 5th graders who were somewhere in the state of Florida in 2018-19 and took a test, who also have been in our schools this year as 5th graders, this was their 3rd grade test 2 years ago, in our schools as 5th graders this year, and in both factors of the survey, Survey 2 and Survey 3. So for example, in 2018-19, when we last had school and district grades calculated, there were 30,761 students in our district denominator for learning gains in ELA, and 28,808 in the math denominator. For 2020-21, as our research and accountability team has reviewed that data, that number would drop by over 5,000 students in ELA, 25,413, and 22,484 students, 600 students in math. We also have, for example, Central Avenue. Our dear Miss Winston is here tonight. The denominator are schools with higher transient populations, such as the ones that are identified on the list of 10 schools. Central Avenue would decrease in the denominator of the calculation for math from 2018-19 from 162 students to 71 students. For Cypress, that denominator decreases from 182 students to 95 students. And for COA, that denominator would drop from 182 students to 71. And for Deerwood, the denominator decreases from 178 to 71 students. So for Deerwood, who served 520 students this past year, 71 students would count for 4 components of that school grade. For COA, that number was 71 out of 540 students. And again for Central, that number would be 71 out of 593 students. So part of my rationale for the hold harmless provision and not holding our schools accountable for grades has nothing to do with transparency. I have already shared with this board what we have projected our district grade to be. It would have dropped by 1 percentage point to a C. Now, that remains to be seen. The calculations haven't been made yet, but we have a very talented team upstairs. I've also shared with you our overall district results and how those compared to the state average in terms of drops. I've conferred with my colleagues in 8 districts around Central Florida, and we all experienced the same types of things. In 30 days from the day the dates will be released, all of the scores are going to be on the state website under the Know Your Schools calculation. So that data is going to be there. We're not hiding it or shying away from everything. But I am challenged to think that it is reasonable or necessary to label a school or label a teacher with a grade that is not representative of that school's performance over the course of the last year. Hold me accountable. Absolutely. As I've said, I believe our district grade would have dropped by 1 percentage point, which I think in light of everything else that we've been through, isn't that bad. I am very confident that we can regain that with the hard work of everybody in this room and the teachers and staff at home tonight. But I don't think it's fair to put that brand on our teachers and principals in light of everything else that we've been through. I will honor the will of the board. But in this case, this is something I feel obviously very strongly about. And again, it's not about hiding data. It's about being fair in a bad situation. And with that, I will stop.
Yeah, so 30,000 to 25,000 for ELA is still statistically relevant. 28,000 to 22,000 is still statistically relevant. So here's the thing. The teachers had to provide the FSA. They had to administer the FSA exam, yes or no? They had to hold harmless regardless. We're not talking about holding people accountable for the grade that they received. We're talking about providing the public with the actual grade that schools have earned under the conditions that we have been under for the past year. Everyone knows that. There's no one living under a rock that says, hey, we didn't know that COVID was happening. Everyone knows that COVID happened. There's people, however, hiding information from the public, to me, this is not a good reason. The teachers know where their situation is. We forced the teachers, even though they were held harmless, to administer the exams, right? We didn't say, you know what, forget all scores. We're not going to do the exam. We're not going to record our grades. We're not going to do any of those things, right? Instead, everyone is being held accountable except for these grades. We should have this information. It is statistically relevant information. And in terms of being fair, nobody had any concerns about being fair when we were saying this person gets 10 days of leave and this person was not. No fairness was involved there. So now we're going to say, oh, well, it's not fair to provide this grade to the school. Well, you know what? If someone was in charge, if anyone else was in charge of District 3, where we have 6 out of the 10 schools that would have received an F, is my impression, you know what? I think it's fair as a parent. I also think it's fair for my community to know exactly what the schools are so that we can track the progress and know how to help our kids get out of this hole that they're in. It's statistically relevant. The problem is that no one's ever held a light to us anymore. Right? So we're not held. We don't have the accountability. The accountability, okay, is us. The accountability is not for the schools individually when they get the grade. When they see, okay, that there's no grades, no parents know that there's Fs going on in my district, they're going to come to me and they're never going to mention it. Right? I'm the one that's held accountable. So you can disagree, but the fact is, I'm held accountable to my families. I answer all of my emails, all of my calls, all of my texts, all of my messages. I talk to people no matter where they are.
Let's let Mr. Arguello talk.
Thank you. I talk to people all day long, and you know what? Here's the thing. Me, I'm not a choreographer. I don't call people and tell them to come to the show, right, to support anybody. What I do is I go out there and I work with the community to find out what they want, to find out what they need. How many times, and somebody mentioned about how many times to school, how many times have I been to Liberty? How many times have I been to PHS? I go there. I've been more there than twice. I don't teach math. Okay, I've been there a whole bunch of times, I have been to all of my high schools, I've been to schools, wait, I have been to schools all around this county. I have been to schools all around this county, plenty, you guys have seen me.
Please.
You guys may take sides for right now, but here's the problem, okay? This is about accountability for us, right? If you tell me that the parents think that they don't want those grades, fine, fine. But the fact is, the parents, they want those grades. The parents want to know what situation the school district is in, and me as an elected official, I am responsible for providing them with every bit of information that I can, no matter what the circumstance, and no matter what light that puts me in, okay? So everybody knows that I'm not a principal, okay? But I answer to the parents. I answer to the parents, and the parents want this information.
You done?
Yes.
Ms. Castillo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Mr. Melendez in this case. Dr. Pace, you and I had a conversation about this earlier. The grades are published, so if the community wants to know, they can go to the website and find.
Is that the case, Dr. Pace?
The grades are published in the state, the education, correct?
Grades will not be published unless we request them, but all of the scores will be published.
The scores will be published. Okay, so here's the thing, not only did we ask our team to lobby for hold harmless, but I also asked as part of the Florida School Board Association, so I absolutely agree with your decision. However, I do wanna kind of start this conversation, which we may not finish because it is 8:38 and there's a lot of additional things that we have to go through. I was gonna bring this up later during my personal comments based on something that one of the people commenting said, which is basically saying, how are we spending our CARES dollars? I know that a lot of that CARES dollar allocation is going to make sure that those students get the help that they need. And I just wanna ask, is that something that is, I know we know it, right? I know that we talk about it consistently, but is this published in a way that our community can actually see how we're investing that money?
We have been talking about it since, I believe, May, when we first outlined our plan, our proposed plan for the board. We talked about it again in June, and we adjusted it again in July with the tentative budget.
Okay.
But we certainly will be able to talk about it more freely once the board adopts the budget next week. We are still waiting on guidelines from the state for the American Recovery Plan dollars. So right now, we're just dealing with the ESSER 1, which has already been approved and expended, and now ESSER 2, and then we're waiting on the ARP piece. But the proposed plan will be a part of your budget documents on September the 7th.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I think where we're at here, I think there's a consensus, because I'm in agreement with Mr. Melendez, Ms. Castillo. That we can move on this.
Well, I have one last thing, so, when this came up, I spent all last week just surveying. I mean, I spoke with teachers, spoke with principals, spoke individually with all of our leadership, and what I would like to do is try to resolve this and try to see where we can move forward with it. So I know we probably can't request a workshop now, but at some point I'd like to have a workshop on the assessment results, the accountability formula, and how we move forward to recover that lost learning without branding the kids, teachers, or schools as failures. We've got the
You
data.
can request that workshop right now.
Okay, well then.
We can get staff to schedule that, fine with that.
Let's at least do that to see how we can help them and how we can help. We've got the data, we just need to know how to move forward with it.
Yeah, I agree.
Next on your list, Mr., is good characters for vendors and contractors. I think, is that something that you have?
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the inspiration for this clause is, which is a good character clause, to basically not allowing any felons to be involved in school district issues, events, or anything of the like. There is an organization that has been, I guess, heavily involved in school district. We even provided them with a school bus. It was voted 5-0 previously to provide this organization with a school bus, and yet, from what I understand, they continue, and Dr. Pace sent out an email recently saying that no one was, or that these people were not allowed on campus, but they continue to be on campus. So what I would like to do is create a good character clause, not allowing any felons to be involved in school district contracts or to have any vendors with a felony record.
Can I ask a question on this?
Sure.
Can we get our attorney to look at that. Here's my question. Big construction company, are they gonna have to check their?
Yes, they are. No one involved in the contract to be
I mean, we have some of that with the,
right. Well, in this case, these people passed the background check. They didn't get hit any, and then I got emails from a citizen that did a simple Google search and found that there was a chain of felonies attached to this person who was on campus recently.
Mr. Chairman.
So,
yes.
even after the email that Dr. Pace sent.
Because the state has a statute on what disqualifies you from employment with the district.
Could you do that before the next, bring it back to the next meeting? Let's put it on the agenda. At that point, we would understand it, we'll be able to vote on it.
Great.
All right, next, $180,000 bonus program.
So yes, in the last school board meeting, I motioned to terminate a contract with Macy Island and Mike Warner. What I'm proposing this time is that due to the fact that Mr. Horner was not properly disclosing information to the school district or to the house, I should say, that he return $180,000 of which was paid and be put into a trust account for bonuses for teachers, administrators, and staff as part of the bargaining process that this goes there.
Dr. Pace?
No, I don't have.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were. I hear you. I think we addressed that at the last meeting. I don't know how the board's gonna feel. My feeling is on this. We've addressed this one. We put it to bed. He's delivered a lot of good stuff to this. Our attorney said that he was in compliance or whatever, the good stead at this point. Whether it was the whole time, I don't know. Board, is this something you don't want to take up or not?
It isn't, but I would, once again, I cannot stress this enough, bringing things to vote on without any additional information.
Do we want to bring this to the next meeting?
I personally don't have any appetite for it, but if the rest of the board does.
I do not.
The only thing I would comment on it is if he was not in compliance with the contract, but I don't think you can invent your own punishment after the fact. So I would have to review the contract to say, what does that breach of contract entail? Then that may just justify early termination. And so that's why I supported early termination of the contract. I don't know if we can make them pay back funds. I don't think we have like legal authority to do something like that. So
I think that's a question for, we can.
I'll get with that, but Mr. Arguello, the chairman's asking the board what they think about it, not on a vote tonight.
Yeah, not on a
You
vote,
have the
just
right
rather
to
the
still
procedures.
say you want it on the next agenda for an actual vote.
Yes.
Right, so,
You can put it on the agenda?
sure, okay, right.
Okay. Next is the potential digital options of splitting classes.
Yeah, so here's the thing, I have heard from many parents, they have concerns. Surprisingly, a lot of them, it's not about the mass, it's just about being able to isolate their own kids in some way, shape, or form. Not ever having taught or anything of the like. I'd like to know exactly if there are any options, can we come up with some kind of creative solution for the families if we can potentially provide them with a digital option or something. I know that teachers weren't fans of it, but there was a lot of teachers that actually said, hey, I would do it because this is maybe a good way to separate kids who, to separate families who are very passionate about the issue, so.
Because this because that way I can, my Osceola virtual school, new business was actually this. So I'm
Okay.
just gonna combine the two.
Yes, please.
And I have spoke with the superintendent, I even spoke with the Osceola virtual school, because the issue is not so much the hybrid simultaneous learning, because we have too much feedback of teachers that didn't want to do that, and then it gets more difficult. But I believe in the Osceola virtual school shouldn't be the same exact curriculum as the Florida virtual school. I know we purchased it for them, but maybe we could also, we need a plan B. Because what if Delta just becomes Lambda and it just absolutely becomes nightmarish? I think that it's incumbent upon the board to think of what that plan B would be. And creating the simultaneous hybrid option really wasn't very successful. And I mean, it was successful to a certain degree for parents, they enjoyed having somebody there. But I'm talking about in terms of the federal government, the state government isn't gonna reimburse us anymore for those dollars if we do a hybrid option. But we had to pay teachers extra stipends, we had to make a lot of arrangements. But the virtual school does reimburse your FTE at a smaller percentage, but we do get paid from the state of Florida for the virtual school. And to Ms. Castillo's point earlier, when she talked about the stimulus dollars, well, the stimulus dollars has a significant amount of money for HVAC replacement and replenishment. And I don't mean this as like we approved the wrong thing, because the situation changes. And I think it's time to relook at the federal stimulus dollars. And we said we allocated like $30 million for HVAC remodification. I think we may need to allocate 10 or 15 million of that money and put it back into Osceola Virtual School to hire teachers full-time to get live instruction. Because the issue with Osceola Virtual School, and now we were talking about it with somebody earlier, one of the public comments, is that there's only 1 hour of live instruction for that teacher. And so they feel like it's self-paced. And I think that we should try to get Osceola Virtual School on the same curriculum timeline as the rest of the schools. Because if somebody gets a quarantine for 2 weeks, then what do? They can flip over to Osceola Virtual School, maintain that curriculum timeline, get caught up on the materials, then flip right back into the traditional school if it happens again. So that way, looking at Osceola Virtual School and keeping it on the curriculum timeline is something that we should explore. Now, I know it might be difficult because I don't know if the software allows you to do that, but maybe you could lock out, because I've done online classes before. Like when I went to University of Phoenix, they'll show you the whole syllabus, but they won't let you progress. They'll lock out the other content, so you can kind of force the curriculum timeline to be online with the traditional schools. And if somebody really wants to be self-paced because they're super brilliant, because that's the argument that I heard, then I think that then they can enroll in Florida Virtual School. But I think Osceola Virtual School, just for this year, if we can do the favor, that's like the plan B, if this thing really gets out of hand, is to try to get it on the curriculum timeline, and then we use some of the federal stimulus dollars that are allocated for the HVAC systems and put it in there to plus up the teachers. So that way they're volunteer teachers wanting to teach the digital curriculum, not being forced to kind of go by both sides and do simultaneous teaching. And so that's something obviously we don't vote on now, but just some direction that I just think that a lot of parents really want the option because they feel unsafe with the mask. And what a perfect way to do it is for allow them to be home and stick to the curriculum timeline and have a live instructing teacher.
Ms. Castillo, you're next, and then Dr. Pace, but let me just throw something out to the board on this. We've had several people that have had some issues. Would it just make sense to ask Dr. Pace and her team to look at some other options? Ms. Castillo?
Yeah, so actually in that same vein, and because it's 8:49 and we're trying to consolidate issues from our comments, I'm gonna go ahead and piggyback on your comment. I think that we need to have a COVID-19 workshop in general. There's a couple of things that I want to have some more information and direction on. Not sure how we would have a digital option because I know that we have some restrictions with state mandates, but definitely open to exploring it for the sake of our students. But in addition to that, one thing that I want to make sure that I'm clear on, especially when I'm going out to my community and talking about the decisions I'm making on this board, is what our medical professionals are saying about what we should be doing. I'm not saying that that's what we will do based on whatever the state government is mandating, but I want to be clear. I think that in the beginning of the pandemic, we relied very heavily on our partners in Nemours and the health department, and I would like to, if the board is open to it, to have a workshop specifically to discuss COVID-19, I guess, protocols. I don't know that just having a back and forth conversation amongst ourselves is necessarily helpful or productive. I want to have some pointed conversations with professionals. So if the board is okay with it, I would request to have a conversation, possibly, obviously, to include your suggestions, but also to partner with our health department and Nemours as well.
You're making it broader.
Yes.
I'm good with that. Dr. Pace?
We absolutely can pull that together, just figure out when we want to have that. And we will continue to look at perhaps a digital option. All of our instructional unit plans, our cups, were developed in a way that they could transition to digital, and we are still helping students access that information if they have to be out on quarantine, but there's not the live instruction component.
Yeah.
But I will look at what we could do from Osceola Virtual School, and keep in mind that in the SR2 plan, there was still money set aside for the board's strategic initiatives. So if that's something that, we figure out how we can make it work, I will follow up with DOE tomorrow, talk with the chancellor about what's allowable, and if it's just a matter of funding, then there are dollars that we can set aside to do it, but we'll figure out what we could offer.
Thank you.
Are we discussing your COVID-19 response to that? Because I know we changed that. Can I comment on that as well? Or, because I don't want to wait till it to come out later.
Sure.
Go ahead, because that's, I'm striking that one off the list.
Oh, so I am next, okay, great.
Okay, next.
No, we got one, John's got one more.
Okay.
I'll wait till the COVID-19 for Terry.
Okay, the one page on the website for the health care.
Yes, so what I'm requesting is that the savings that we have for all of our healthcare, from our transitional healthcare system, that it be reported in 3 simple numbers. 1, the total dollars saved. 2, the money or percentage that are going to self-insurance or to the trust fund, to pay back the trust fund. And 3, how much is going back to subsidize the healthcare that we pay for our 8,000 employees. So it's just 1 page, tracks 3 numbers, and it basically should provide us with guidance and provide all of our 8,000 members of our healthcare system the opportunity to see exactly when they will be getting that money back into their paychecks from the recovery of the trust fund.
I'm going to ask the same thing with the last couple of times. Can we get Dr. Pace to come back at the next meeting with a recommendation for a motion, or how to show it or what to show? You know,
Yeah, sure.
Here's what we show.
Yeah, and that's why I just, like I said, I'm just trying to keep it simple.
Yeah,
It's a page, any employee can go there at any point in time and see 3 numbers. The total savings of our healthcare system, the lift switch, that's projected by our finance office and by the provider. The money, that in terms of dollars and percentage going to self-insurance or paying back the trust fund. And 3, how much is going to subsidizing the healthcare provided to our 8,000 employees.
You good with that, Dr. Pace? Board,
Yes,
rest
sir.
of you okay with that?
Sure.
All right, let's go back to the, thank you, John, let's go back to the COVID
Okay.
workshop. You know what you're requesting? Julie, you had comments,
Yeah,
or you got more?
I still have more.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I thought you finished.
I am not finished.
No.
In regards to COVID-19. right?
Yes.
Go right ahead. I'm sorry,
Okay,
I apologize.
so obviously I know that we're having some contentious conversations amongst our community, and I know this is a touchy subject. I get that. I respect people's opinions. I want to make that clear. I respect people's opinions. However, I have, a lot of parents have emailed me about what we can do to make our students safer. So my question is what we can do to make our students safer. I'm not necessarily saying that we do exactly what Orange County's doing or Volusia County, but I do think that not discussing it would be irresponsible for me specifically, because that is what is being asked of the people that I serve. So understanding that any kind of mask mandate for students is probably improbable based on what we have seen, and I would ask our attorney to kind of just decode what's been happening in the state. I know that there were some things that came down recently. So understanding that, but also understanding that I have to wear a mask to work every day. That's non-negotiable at my job. So I'm asking the board for a healthy, respectful conversation on what we can do to protect our students. We have parents who are scared to send their kids to school. We have issues with digital learning. We know that that is currently unsustainable. That's the reality of it. We can't just sit here and say, you know what, we're not gonna deal with it. I believe that this board can have a healthy conversation about what we can do, and I'm willing to have that. So I would ask Mr. Kroppenbacher what have been the details of what has happened with some of the counties who have imposed mandates.
I just stepped out of the meeting because I was called and given an update. The State Board of Education had an emergency board meeting today on the conduct on a order or letter written to them by Commissioner Corcoran saying there was probable cause to believe that Alachua County School Board and Broward County School Board were in violation of the Department of Health rule and the state rules, etc. Let me just say, they can claim everybody else is involved, but you can't point out that they're in violation of anything, all right, in adopting what they did. That said, the state board, for lack of a better word, hammered the living hell out of them and made a motion that we're all waiting to see in writing that basically said the following: Commissioner, you basically do everything you want to do to go find out anything and everything they're doing wrong, to go after these board members, to go after this. I mean, it's very, very ugly. Now, that said, you have seen counties say we're going to have a mask mandate with the opt-out, like Orange.
Yeah.
Right? I would just tell you, as this discussion evolves this week, the lawsuit filed by parents, because what the public should know is the school district, there's a court case that actually says the school district has no standing to sue the state. It's incredible. You have to presume that what the legislature or executive branch does is correct, and then follow it. So parents, a number of parents, have filed a suit against the governor and state. The judge ordered that by Wednesday of this week, although it was the motion to dismiss by the state be filed, and there would be an evidentiary hearing within the next week. I think he set it for either Friday or Monday. So I would tell you that that case may change the landscape, may not. I envision whatever the case does, it'll go on appeal to the first DCA, which most lawyers would tell you is absolutely aligned with the governor, and then to the Supreme Court. So I would tell you that we should, my vision would be, you should attempt to do everything you can to protect the students. But the reality is, the ultimate, I don't like what the commissioner did, the ultimate loser in this game, if you violate what they say, is ultimately going to be our students and our employees, because they are going to take away dollars. That's the game they play. I hate to say it, but that's what they play. I find it offensive, but in this case, I said this on day one because I represent one of the other districts. Do not challenge this governor on this issue. Figure out how to do the best you can within what he said.
Okay.
Because I don't know the outcome of the harm that will be imposed on these districts. Years ago, Dade County basically challenged the state, and the state sent in the Auditor General and basically said, find everything and anything that could conceivably be wrong.
Thank you. I do have some other points that I want to bring up because I know that other people have things to say, so. Okay, so mask mandate, idea that can get us in trouble. I understand. I don't agree. Wear your masks, everyone. I said it in public. Now, we do need to mitigate. We don't know what's going on with Delta. We know that, we're continuing to see cases, so the fact we can't not address the issue. And I know that we've had conversations about how to do that. I would like for consideration of the board that we bring back our pool testing. I don't think that's happening right now, correct?
I have a contract ready to go to the board on September 7th agenda that would allow us to resume the pool testing and offer testing for symptomatic employees at the lab that has a pretty fast turnaround.
I would tell you that I think this does fall into more of the emergency order, that if we wanted to vote on that tonight, I think
Okay,
that we could.
so there's,
I know what the council thinks.
Sure,
I think you have total authority to do that, Mr. Chairman, and I'll back you up
okay.
150%.
So I definitely, if this is allowed based on an emergency order, I absolutely want to bring back full testing. I think it's important. We had a very low transmission rate within the county last time this happened, and I think that is because of the pool testing. And I'd also like to explore having vaccines more accessible to parents, the parents of those kids who can. I'm not saying you should vaccinate your child, right? You have a right to do what you will. However, I have had conversations with the public where part of the reason that they just don't do it is because parents are working, even on the weekends, especially in Osceola County. This is a county that thrives on the service industry. So how do we make it more accessible for our parents who do want to have their children vaccinated to be able to do that? I know that we did it a couple months back. Autumn was the second person to get vaccinated. So I would also like to consider some kind of procedure to make it accessible for our students to be vaccinated in a more accessible way. So those are the things I wanted to bring up.
Mr. Arguello is next, and Mr. Bass.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, a couple of things. The problem with masks for me is trust, because it's whether it's political or not, right? So I'm very suspect of the idea that, I mean, I'm sure everyone has seen it, the former president went to a birthday party, he had hundreds of people inside of a tent, no masks. It's not gonna affect him any differently than it would affect me. So it tells me that this is a political issue. I've heard the science, as someone mentioned earlier, there's two sides of the coin. I know that there's a lot of healthcare professionals that believe in it. The bottom line is, I mean, I have 5 kids. If I thought that my daughter's life was gonna be saved by masks, or even my own, I would absolutely wear a mask everywhere I went, right? That's not the case. That's not what I see on an ongoing basis. For example, in this meeting, I know at the last meeting, everybody put on their masks, but prior to the meeting, no one had their masks on. So to me, it just shows that this, okay, so it's a farce. Okay, so if I were to walk into a room, or anyone walk into a room, and you think that, okay, well, it's life or death. If I go in there without a mask, I will die. No one would be arguing. If you walked into a room and you're like, well, it may or may not, you'd still be people making the decision. The fact is, if I were to see somebody wearing masks 24/7, even here on the school board, then, okay, that's one thing. So, but when it's only here on the dais, when everybody's looking, I'm certainly not gonna play a game. I'm gonna either wear a mask or I won't. And if you see me wear a mask, then I absolutely believe it's gonna protect me and my family and my life and so on, or anyone else. So anybody who says that they believe in masks, but they don't wear one when nobody can see it, then how valid is that? So that's my thoughts on masks. I do have a tremendous amount of empathy for the people that do believe in the science, that do believe that masks are protecting them, and it's a terrible kind of a conundrum that we're in, because literally the community is split half and half on the issue. The other thing is, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, the other thing is that it's about, I think that where we can go down a better path is in the reporting of accurate numbers. What I found out recently was that we weren't reporting correct data, because, and I'll tell you the situation. We had a cafeteria where the people in the cafeteria got ill, right? They got COVID, they continued working, okay? They weren't reported, they didn't have to go home. That was made public by somebody else. That happened, that is a fact. The workers in the cafeteria at one of our schools got COVID, they continued to work. So there's also now, because of a policy that we did last week, we have teachers that don't get the 10 days off because they're not vaccinated, and they're placed in a situation where they have to either go to work or not get paid. And what that's gonna lead to is more people getting infected whether they wear a mask or not, because they're gonna go to school so that they can earn their paychecks, and they're gonna infect other people. So I think that we need to have a little bit more of a strategic vision on whether or not, or what policies we're gonna institute, not just a show for the cameras or anything else. That's all, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
I got one quick comment to Mr. Bass. I do want to say I take some exception, because I'm pretty sure at the last meeting, I put my mask on before I got out of my truck and put it on my dash when I got back in it. I do believe in the mask. I am vulnerable, and I take that very seriously. So, Mr. Bass?
Yeah, just a quick update. I live with a nurse. I live with a nurse who works for Orlando Health, and I live this world 24/7 because she is in contact with doctors all day long. There's a gentleman by the name of Tim Parks. I'm gonna tell you a quick story. everybody knows how, I was in Little League and I was involved in, well, Tim and I became good friends when his grandchildren and my child, because I'm an old dad, started coaching together. And we became good friends. He's about the same age as I am. Well, went to his funeral Thursday, and no underlying that I knew of. He was my age. He contracted it. He's on a ventilator, and it didn't work out. I have another friend in the hospital right now that's on a vent. And since our last board meeting, there's been 5 other friends who have gone to the hospital because of contraction of COVID. And I talked to, fortunately, many of them are out of the hospital, but they said it was hell. And I don't mean to be so blunt about it. So, I was of the opinion, growing up, I never had a flu shot, 10 foot tall and bulletproof. But this has changed my mind, and maybe it's just because of me personally and the people I've been coming in contact with, but my wife, she's threatened my life. She says, you better not be going out with your mask, because she lives it every day. And when I say she, the numbers that they run at Orlando Health, I'm not a doctor, but I do look at numbers. And there are a large number of patients that are in the hospital due to COVID, and an overwhelming number of them are unvaccinated. Does the vaccine work? Does it not work? I'm getting emails on both sides as well. But I'm just looking at the statistics. So I look at it, my opinion is there's 2 avenues. You either get vaccinated or you wear the mask. Those are really the 2. My dentist wears a mask because he doesn't want to spread germs. When I go into surgery, I had this rotator cuff surgery, they wear a mask. If masks don't work, then why do they work? So I'm having a hard time with all this, because I love our kids and I love our teachers. And I don't know how you teach in class. I'm thinking, well, maybe the teacher could stand at the front and take the mask off when she's conducting classes so they could hear and she could breathe, and then maybe put it on when she's walking to class, and maybe that wasn't work. Or you take the students who parents want them to wear the mask versus the ones who are not, and split them, this side have the mask, this side not, but then you're isolating them and pitting one against the other. So this is a tough position to be in, because I'm getting emails like the other board members saying, I know you guys are getting them. I get a handful over here that says, don't you dare put a mask on my child, and then I have another one over here that says, how dare you put my child's life in jeopardy. That's a terrible position to be put in. So I just wanted to say that comment.
Yeah, and Mr. Bass actually stole my thunder, because that was actually gonna be my intro. Like, I'm a person where people know me, I like to talk. I have no problem with engaging with people.
That's true.
Yes, so I know it's been a long night, but this is such a critical issue, because just as Mr. Bass pointed out, I literally get emails with people saying, you gotta wear this mask no matter what, and they give great detailed points. And then I have just as much, the equal level of passion of people, don't put on the mask. And then they give you points too, like, well, you could rebreathe it, oxygen, oh my Lord. And then I got the CDC, then I got the local health department, and then we got people in public hearings, and it tears me apart, because sometimes I want to say something, and sometimes we gotta let them speak and do their thing. And, but I'm a flexible person. I'm even willing to even vote today, if we have to sit there and say, you know what, let my logic kind of work itself through a little bit, and because I'm really trying to filter and try to do the best thing. And when I look at the science or look at data, one thing that I heard even today during some of the public comments was that the vaccine versus who can access and not. And that's when I whispered over to Mr. Kirkmacher, well, 12 and old is definitely capturing all the high school students. Middle school can be it's kind of fuzzy. So I'm even willing to say, you know what, for high school students, that vaccine is available. HIPAA prevents us from asking who's vaccinated or not. I'm even willing to do like a hybrid approach and say, okay, the option is only available to high school students because they have the option to get a vaccine. And those who do not have an option, the elementary schools and middle schools or the K-8, they truly don't have that option. They do have the option to go to virtual school, but as Ms. Castillo mentioned, virtual school isn't plussed up yet. So that's kind of on us for not pre-thinking that ahead of time. But so I'm even willing to create something like Orange County to create a mandate for middle schools and elementary schools for 30 days. And let's see how that plays out. Let's look at the data, and then we'll work the parental option out, because then it prevents the lawsuit. Because if a parent, I guess that's the reason why they came up with it, because if we make it mandatory and the parents really don't want to because it's against their whatever, then they can sign out now we have a document covering ourselves and saying, hey, we gave them the ability to do that, And the high school students get the option because they truly do have the option. They have the ability to get a vaccine. And we're technically not allowed to ask if you got a vaccine or not. So I'm even willing to put the mandate on for 30 days for elementary schools and middle schools. I don't know what the rest of the board feels, but I'm willing to do that to create, at least I know in good conscience that I am doing my best to try to secure these students. Because when I ran for office, I know that was one of my tenets, was to make sure it's safe schools. And that was with SROs. Now it's SROs plus the pandemic, but they're 1 and 1. And so I'm even willing to entertain that if I'm able to get a motion to do that, to say, hey, it's mandatory for 30 days for the elementary schools and middle schools, similar to what Orange County has, with the parental opt-out, and then leaving it optional the way we currently have it for the high school students, because all high school students do in fact have the option of vaccines, and it could be 100%. We don't know, and we're not allowed to ask either. So that's something that I'm willing to entertain. I'm not gonna couch it in a motion, because I wanted to see what the other board members would think, but I'm willing to go down that, and I'd rather play it the safe route, because if I'm wrong, then hey, we just inconvenience the kids a little bit longer. But at least I know at night I did everything I could to keep these kids as safe as possible. And if not, then, you know, that's the board's direction. But that's something that I'm willing to support, kind of like a hybrid approach. And I'd just like to see what the other board members think.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Melendez, Mr. Chair. Interesting, I hadn't actually thought of it that way, but I can see where that would come from. I am, of course, you know, being somebody who thinks a little bit ahead as well. I mean, I work in the corporate world, so I always think about implementation. So that's actually a conversation that I think that we need to have, like, how are we gonna implement it, whatever we decide to do? It could be nothing based on what the board says, it's fine. One thing that I do want to discuss, and you kind of brought that up as well, is, you know, who's able to get vaccinated and who is not, right? I think having the option to get vaccinated, giving the parents as much accessibility as possible will mitigate some of those things. But I'm really, really concerned about our elementary school kids above all, because they absolutely have no choice, and those are the parents that I'm getting calls from, emails from, tags from, whatever the case might be, saying, my kid has no voice. And I want to make sure that those children do have a voice. So I'm willing to entertain any form of that. I know controversial, you might think it's political, whatever. The point is, we have children to protect, and we need to do the best thing that we can do for them. I don't know if the option is maybe to avoid some of these additional situations, is instead of mandating it for the kids, maybe we can have a conversation about the adults and their role in protecting our students, and whether or not that's what we need to be doing, especially for those elementary school kids. But I don't think that doing nothing and not having the conversation is the way to go. I know it's hard, but again, I'm willing and open to seeing what we can do.
Mr. Hardaway, you done?
Yes.
Mr. Hardaway?
Yeah, one of the things that kind of changed my way of thinking, because I definitely think about my kids on a constant basis regarding this issue, but in China, where they have absolutely zero care for the individual rights of their populace, they are scaling back the masks because it's decreasing their oxygen intake by 20%. And some kids are actually becoming having adverse effects from the constant mask wearing. So in a country that can mandate exactly what you're gonna do on a daily basis, and they couldn't care less about what the individual's thoughts are, they're scaling back their masks. That tells me something. The other thing is that whatever we do, I ask that we can also incorporate a retraction of the policy of the 10 days for vaccinated versus unvaccinated, because it's clear that that policy itself is going to spread more disease, more virus than us doing the masks pro or against. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so
I don't have any, I just want to know, because I can formally introduce a motion, but I'm not going to introduce the motion if I.
Well, you know, the only, I was thinking.
And I hate to put you on the spot like that, but I just.
No.
I don't want to, you know, do the motion and do it. If you guys don't want to support it, I respect the board.
The teachers that I have been talking to, that when you look at what Orange County had done, so you've got 20 kids in a classroom, and now we're making a mandate with the teacher opt out, and now let's say 12 of kids in the class say, okay, I've got the letter that says I'm going to opt out, and then you have the other half of the class saying, no, So what are we gonna do, hang a sign around their neck, or I mean, and it's gonna be more difficult for the teachers to try to police that portion of it. Would be,
Just go on the honor
Let me
system.
establish this right now.
yeah,
I will strongly recommend that teachers have no burden of responsibility
It's just the honor system.
to enforce the mask on kids or to say, otherwise, they're there to teach, they're not to, that's a burden and a responsibility I legally really would strongly recommend ever going near.
one last thing I will say, because I wanted to hear from the principals. So today I text principals from different districts and just wanted to know, on average, how many of your student body are wearing masks? And I was really surprised. I'm embarrassed to say that my district was the worst. But all of the other districts, 80, 90%, 90%, 92%. I mean, it was really up there, and I was really, really pleased with that. Both the staff and the student population, as we migrated over towards our side, it fell off to like 40, 50%. But then when you look at the amount of quarantines, the quarantines were less over there than they are over here. But I don't think our teachers, my side, they won't wear them. I'm just gonna let you know if you even, they'll do it, but they will do it very, very reluctantly. So that's gonna be.
Well, here's the thing that stays stuck in my mind on this whole mask issue is we required masks last year. Our infection rate in schools, percentage-wise, was significantly less than the overall community. Why was that? We had custodial people cleaning, sanitizing, we had people in masks, we had social distancing in some places, but we all know in a school, there's only so much social distancing that happens, because for one, kids are kids. So I don't know the answer either, but I do, in my heart, I believe a large portion of why we did okay last year and had infection rates at less than the community infection rate percentages was due to masks, and I think my kids would be wearing masks. Mr. Arkway, he'd already.
Yeah, so are you gonna make a motion?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the motion.
Okay.
Right. Yes, so I'm.
I'll ask for a hands up.
And just because it's an emergency issue, it can't get addressed at the next meeting because of the expediency, because school has already started. So I'm gonna go ahead and motion that we go ahead and mandate masks for the elementary school and the middle school, with the parental opt-out and without the teachers having to enforce it. It's gonna be on an honor system. And then the high schools to be completely optional because they have the ability to get the vaccine and we don't have the ability to be able to ask them to have.
The high school as it is.
Yeah, the high schools are as is, but only the elementary schools and middle schools, mandatory for a period of just 30 days. So just like they did with the parental opt-out, teachers don't teachers have to use the honor system and who has it, so they don't have to double check it. And but the parents do have to submit it, and just for a period of 30 days, and that way we can see where we're going from there and how the
We have a
data.
second for that motion?
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Melendez with a second by Ms. Castillo. I have
On a roll today. Wow.
I'm sorry. I do have a discussion or a question for legal counsel. This is very similar, I believe, to what Orange County has done.
I was just texting with counsel in Orange County.
Is that, in that case, they're not under the fire of that Volusia and Alachua?
If you give the opt-out, you're not, and make it optional, so far, we've not seen the fire in that. The key will be, I'd like you to establish, when does this go into effect? Because one, we need to do a proper notice. Dr. Pace, we need to talk about making sure the administrator and staffs understand they can't do anything to interfere with kids opting out. That's like, it's like stamped all over the place with what the state issued. So if you would say like this Monday, that gives us time to, Dr. Pace, I don't know how much time you administratively need, but it can't go into effect tomorrow because the parents, we've got to notify the parents.
They have the weekend there.
If y'all would indulge me, I'd like to ask Ms. Honeycutt a question.
No fire.
You stayed here to 9:20.
Just from administrative standpoint, what does this do to you?
I would just need more than tomorrow, obviously.
Right.
But, I'd say 95% of my kids are wearing masks anyway.
That's true.
I don't think it's gonna
Not gonna
do
be a
that
huge
much.
impact,
I
probably.
will tell you, we've had a lot of cases, just in the last couple of days. It's going up and up. I've quarantined several students and teachers just today. We started the school year with teachers that, couldn't be there with their classrooms because they were quarantined because they had been exposed. And, I actually think that it's gonna help keep some of our kids safe.
I'd say, end that motion with effective date starting on Monday, to allow adequate time.
Can I say something? Wait just a minute, Mr. Irwin.
I'll defer.
Okay.
My name is Jackie Santana. I work at Deerwood Elementary. I'm the proud assistant principal at Deerwood Elementary. And I can tell you that we have the same issue. We have one teacher and several kids that are out in quarantine right now. But parents are really concerned, and I'm proud to say that we have 100% of our kids wearing masks and 100% of our teachers wearing masks.
Good for you.
So parents are very concerned, and that was one of the things that the questions that kept coming up during open house. Do I have my option? Do I have an option? Do I have an option? And, say, no, the teachers kept writing down, do you require, your child to wear a mask? The teacher said, no, I want to sign somewhere, somehow, a paper that says that you have to tell them to put it on. And 100%, of our school is wearing a mask.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, you're establishing this as an emergency rule.
Yes.
Mr. Board, you and I will dot whatever i's we have to dot following this.
Mr. Irwin.
So can we clarify what the motion is exactly?
You mean it was only 2 minutes?
For a period of 30 days, starting effective on Monday, whichever date that falls on, I don't know the exact date. 23rd, to mandate the elementary schools, middle schools, and the K-8 schools to have face masks with parental opt-out. The high schools stay as is. And then the teachers do not have the burden of enforcement, it's the honor system. So if somebody's supposed to wear a mask, they don't have a mask, it's gonna be specific that the teachers are gonna honor whatever they have. And if the parents have to submit a document in writing, and that provides us to a certain degree of legal protection, because then they go, okay, you can't sue the district because this is what you forced me to do. They physically have to say, I opt out, and it gives us a certain degree of liability. Then at the end of 30 days, we can look at the results and have a COVID-19 workshop to say, hey, this is the infection rate, let the data actually talk to us. Instead of making an assumption of what's happening, let the data come back, our data, not data from New York or Washington, the student population in Osceola County that attend schools, what is our infection rate? How many have been, quarantined and things like that? And then we'll just, or I'm not gonna tell you how to make your decision as a board, but in 30 days, we'll just come back and say, okay, do we wanna alleviate the mandate for the elementary schools and middle schools, depending on how we're doing.
You good with that?
But that,
I have one clarification and all
I
that.
will still.
You say elementary, is it K-8?
Yes, including K, elementary and middle schools.
And school buses,
elementary-
school buses,
School buses are already
School buses
banned.
stay as is.
stay as is.
They're not.
We're not mandatory then, school buses.
I thought they were.
Okay.
I thought they
Say
were.
this.
No.
I'm getting told
Okay.
something different.
Okay.
Right, the federal government, I ran this down about a week or so ago at Dr. Pace's request. The federal government issued the CDC an order that masks would be worn on all public transportation. They issued in a specific question on that covers school buses. I then called Washington DOT to say, is that still the practice? They said, oh no, you need to call Florida DOT. I called Florida DOT, they said, oh no, you need to call the Florida Department of Education. I called the Florida Department of Education, got an underling, and he said, we're following whatever the governor says. I then got the supervisor, and the supervisor said, that's a good question, I've asked our general counsel, I don't know the answer. So I can tell you right now, Florida's following what the governor's ordered.
And I suppose to include the buses especially.
Buses would be optional too.
I have a little challenge with that because I feel like that's a really big risk factor.
Can I have be a
I
separate
can
motion?
stand
I have a
by-
motion without the
Yeah, that's
transportation.
one motion on the floor, we have a
Yeah,
second. You
yeah,
have
I'm not
another
including,
question.
I'm not including transportation in my motion.
Okay, fine. We got a motion on the floor. Mr. Arguello, I think has another question.
Yes, so at the end of 30 days, what's the actual practice? What happens at the end of 30 days? I know that we're saying we're gonna revisit it after 30 days and look at what exactly is that process? Does it expire automatically?
Yes, unless the board, what we need to do is calendar it for the board meeting before the 30 days. Report back and say to the board, what do you want to do? Otherwise, it's just going away.
That means that we have to have our workshop.
And I think we should keep our current practice. Dr. Pace, I believe we require the masks on buses. No?
Told me we couldn't.
We're not doing buses right now, we're doing one thing at a time.
Thing at a
We're never gonna get out of here. You got more questions? All right, I'm gonna try and restate what I think the motion is in a little more concise. I have a motion by Mr. Melendez with a second by Ms. Castillo.
Question, Mr. Chairman, is it 30, this is a legitimate question that just got asked me. Is it 30 calendar days or 30 school days?
I will say 30 calendar days. I mean,
I would say 30 school days, and the only reason I say that is because I think that would give us more time, since we have a workshop that we need to do in the middle of this. So I would say 30 school days.
Yeah, 30, okay, I can, 30 school days effective from the 1st, which was the 23rd.
So, motion by Ms. Melendez, second by Ms. Castillo, to require mask in K-8 schools, kindergarten through 8th grade, so that may be middle schools too. There is an opt-out provision. The teachers are not mandated to track it, and that will be in force for 30 school days or 6 weeks. Basically, is that correct? Counting right?
School days.
Is that the motion, the essence of the motion? What did I mean? Okay. Any further discussion?
Oh, and high school stay as is.
We don't-
Oh, then you don't need to do it again.
We don't mention it.
Yeah.
It's not important. We're only affecting the, any other questions?
Yeah, no point of
Yeah,
discussion.
go ahead.
If it's optional for parents to be able to write, and we have 100% in some cases, 90-something% in other cases, then we're really not doing anything. So it just, this is a mandatory, non-mandatory, optional process that we're adding. So again, it is kind of just show, there's no real action here. If you say mandatory, then it should be mandatory. If it's not, then it's what we have right now, which is optional, and which we're already getting compliance of 90-something% or more. So it's really, it's really moot.
I don't disagree with you. I'm gonna support it because I think it is some sort of guidance.
Right. It's fine, we understand.
Any other questions? Let's keep this moving. We have a motion on the floor. Mr. Melendez, second by Ms. Castillo. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. I believe those are all the items. What I do have are, oh, you have one more. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, some of you may be aware, some of you may not be, but I would request that at this stage, based on tonight's meeting, that the attorney request a third-party review or inquiry of the following situation, which I'll present
Are these separate?
my statement. Yes, they are. I would have stapled them, had I been more squared away.
Is one going to Frank?
Yeah. That's
I think
everybody,
that's
right?
it.
Oh, the sets.
I'm giving it to you
Oh, I'm
individually.
sorry,
so
my apologies,
No,
my
it's good.
apologies.
Mr. Chairman, consistent with my practice, I will review it.
Yeah,
I will see if it makes a prima facie argument about a violation of any board policy, and if it does, I will refer it out. If it does not, I will do a memo to the board explaining the position.
This?
Yes.
All right.
My last item was transportation workshop. I think.
Wait a minute, let me get, I'm lost it.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so, so if the attorney is gonna make sure that there's a prima facie situation here against school board policy, I think that we know that it does, but, you're going to request a third
If I
party.
determine that there is, I will do what I'm responsible to do and request a third-party outside lawyer
Very
to
good.
look into it and give me a report. If I determine there is not what I consider to be a prima facie thing, I'll do a memo to the board. I got one the other day that I am writing up that I don't consider it to be substantive to investigate, just so there's a record.
Very good, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, let me tell you what I have left on my list. I have basically a request for 4 workshops, or 3, and I'm gonna make the 4th one right now. A workshop on the COVID-19 digital learning combination deal, transportation workshop, which Mr. Melendez has requested, Mr. Arguello and Mr. Bass, I'm not sure which one it was, requested kind of a workshop on school grades and that whole thing.
I can provide that to you, yes, sir.
It's kind of both y'all, I think. And I was gonna request one, talk to some people that've done some of the vendor programs that kind of came up in the last meeting, but more of a vendor, local small vendor program, and have a workshop. We've got some people that have done that before. What I'm thinking about here, which was my concern at the last meeting, I think some of these are great things. I agree with the intent of it, but I want to do it where it's manageable. I want to do it where it doesn't take 2.5 years to do the study. But see if we can come up with something that everybody is livable with.
Mr. Chairman.
Before I go there, is everybody okay with the 4 workshops, or have I missed 12?
Yeah, if we can make those on, I know it's a lot of workshops, but somehow, I mean, I don't know if I'm the only one that has, a 9 to 5, but I would rather not miss that many days.
Well, that was another question I was gonna ask. We do not have to do the workshops at 2 or 3 or 4 o'clock before the school board meeting.
Yeah, when I was on the school board before, we used to alternate Tuesdays. Like say for instance, like the second Tuesday, we do that Tuesday night at 5:30.
No, I would prefer to have it all on the same day if the board agrees, please.
Okay, we'll get there.
I'm trying to be trained here.
You trying to turn on or off?
On.
Okay, go ahead. I'll turn you off.
So it's just, for me to have all of this, to do your homework, and then to come here, learn all this, and then come and have to vote on it immediately, I think is definitely not a good situation to be put in. So I would like for them to be spread out, and for you to be able to take the information, digest the information, and vote on it at the subsequent meeting.
I would agree. Do we want to, I've got to tell you, we're going on 4 hours.
Yes,
And
right.
Can we split
I think
them
most
up?
everybody's been
Yeah.
working, has already got in a good 12, 14 hours.
Yeah.
But I'm fine doing them in the late afternoon or evening next week, or, an off day from the board as opposed to before the board
The
meeting.
COVID-19 has the highest priority because.
Agree.
Mr. Chairman,
So,
for the record, I wanted to point out, you requested that I have us ready to talk about not only local business, but veterans' preference.
yeah, I said veterans too. Yeah, it's written right here. Maybe I did, I don't know what I said. That gets back to my point, 4 hours is a little late. I'm happy to have a workshop, and this is just my opinion, I'll do whatever the board's pleasure, that list out all 4 of these, but we have a 2-hour time limit. And if we have to schedule another one, to continue
I
on
mean,
with
can
it.
we do them in the evenings on non-school board days?
Yeah, that's what
Or
I'm
does it
asking.
have to be,
Oh,
okay,
that's what we're talking about.
yeah, that's fine.
Or maybe we can split,
Or do 2
Or, yeah, do
No, I'm
2.
fine with that. I just don't want to I don't want to do a workshop that we're here till 10:30 at night. So I think it gets a little unfair to staff. They're here at 7 in the morning, have to be here at 7 tomorrow morning. So, I don't know, I know that, Ms. Castillo, it's hard for you to get out during the day. What is the earliest you can get here and start?
You know what, it's fine.
No, it's
Just
not
'cause-
fine.
No, it is,
No,
it is
it's not.
9:36.
Yeah.
I have been working since 7 a.m. and I'm sure other people here have as well. this is something that the board can have a
Yeah, we
discussion
can
on
email it.
privately.
Trying to
We can-
set a meeting.
No, I know, and I do appreciate that, I just whatever is best for the board, we can do that, and I will adjust my time, yes.
Does the board want a strategic plan workshop on the 7th at 3 o'clock? Yes. Okay. 2 hours, or do we think that would be an hour?
Depends on the level of input or expectation.
Yeah, I don't think we need a strategic plan workshop, to be honest with you. I used to have them like once every 2 or 3 years. We've been having a strategic plan workshop every 3 months. It's not like, it's not strategic. That contrasts the definition. Strategic vision is supposed to be once a year, revise it, are we meeting the goals, maybe some updates, but we just had.
I mean, that's what we're doing is basically updating the plan, right? That's what we're doing.
Unless there's a plan change to the strategic plan, then yes, then I'm okay with that. But just to get updates is how we're doing.
So if we have input to the strategic plan, how will we determine whether the board is in consensus?
I thought we already went through some of that tonight.
Yeah, so I mean,
Are there more changes?
that was the point of what Dr. Pace was just saying, though, of the workshop, right? Or no?
What if we did an hour on the strategic plan? I will take the feedback that Mr. Arguello provided tonight and see what else is adjusted. If any of you have any other individual questions or suggestions, something that you want to see or want to come out of what I've shared with you tonight, you can get with me individually. And then we could probably have the COVID-19 protocols workshop. I'll have to check with our medical partners to see if our friends from Nemours and the Department of Health are available or not. But typically, if we do that virtually with them, they've been pretty flexible. We could get those two things kind of knocked out on the 7th, and then look at, a following date for some of these other things, if that pleases the board.
Yes, thank you.
Maybe y'all could look at some alternative dates for the other two and just set them out.
Tanya and I will work on that tomorrow and see what we can
Just-
figure out.
And Tanya can work with us to make sure it works. Board, anything else?
No,
For the good of the order?
Adjourn the
Well,
meeting.
Tanya?
The bus, with the motion for the elementary and middle,
Yes, we did not address the
Buses
bus
are-
issue. Do we want to do
I would
that?
ask that you not address the bus issue, leave that to Dr. Pace.
so they have to wear them at
And I'll
school, but not on
continue
the
to
bus.
evaluate what's going on.
Board, we stand adjourned. Staff, I'm gonna,